Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Attacking 12, we'll check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 1 Charlie, get shot.
Also still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close, wait to see what's up, let me know. First number. 10-4. Also still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close, wait to see what's up, let me know. 10-5, 33.
3-3. Can I let a supervisor know that arrest attached?
1830.
What's up, everybody? Thank you guys for hopping in. Appreciate you. And thank you, Trey, for hopping up as well.
Hey, buddy.
If you're not subscribed, I'll drop his link again. I'll be dropping it throughout the show. And also, we're going to be going into the phone call that you had with CP when we showed up for that search. We're also going to be going into the first few interviews that they did, a couple local news interviews that they did. This one right here you see behind us. And then we're going to be going into the Chronicles of Olivia video when it comes to their interviews. So it'll be the first few, but how did it, whatever you can share, how did that call take place with you and CP?
Let's see. I guess we were messaging back and forth. Not a lot, just for information. Trying to think exactly where we were at that day. We had went somewhere to get some gloves or some gear, and then
at like a FedEx or something, right?
Yeah, FedEx or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
And he actually reached me and we had did a live. Trying to think which live it was. Sometime after a live, it wasn't not you and me, but someone else. And at the time, I don't even know how he knew I even existed, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
but he messaged me on Facebook, and then with all those messages, it went to other the hidden area.
So he reached out to you on Facebook, huh?
Yeah. So through the messages. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're
okay,
good.
I'm in a totally different setup than what I have been, so this would be the first.
You're good.
Just making sure it wasn't too bad.
No, you're good, man. You're perfect.
He had messaged me. I would have to look back at the exact dates, but I'm pretty sure I didn't respond back immediately. If I'm recalling it right. I should have looked back, but
well, I mean, your initial thought usually is, okay, this is probably just some troll or something.
Yeah, and I was like, how do I know this is even him? I thought it was some fake account or something, because I don't know if it was Riley Strain or not. We went either Riley had been found or he hadn't been found. Don't say this 100% factual on timing and dates, but he had reached out to me, and it was something along the lines of, "Hello, sir," yada yada, and then I guess he had seen the diving. Either seen a video, or someone told him about us diving
for the Riley Strain stuff.
Yeah, something like that. But it was about. I'm trying to think. I had mentioned something during a live about someone from the area. If we could get a hold of someone from the area that knew the area, so we weren't wasting time. Because a lot of times we come in and we don't know the area, but we've done research. But it doesn't matter how much research you do until you're in the area,
right?
And I said, if there's anybody local that for the right reasons wants to basically be our guide, so that we don't get lost, so we can focus on the search. Maybe they have ideas. I was like, reach out to us, please. And that might have been why he messaged me, but it was on someone else's live. So I don't know why they reached out to me. when I said us, I really meant them because they were kind of leading things.
Yeah.
So that was that. I didn't really reply back. I might have replied back maybe a couple of days later saying like, exchange information. Actually, you know what? Instead of sitting here, give me 1 minute because that's been so long ago.
Here, let me get baby Angel. Baby, come here. I think she's getting ready to go to sleep again. Come here. I know what'll get you over here. Come here.
Here we go.
She's in a hunt mode right now. Yeah, you heard that noise, didn't you? Come here.
All right, so verbatim. I won't say verbatim, but on April 1st, he reached out to me at around 5 o'clock that afternoon. And he just says something along the lines of, I saw your YouTube channel about coming and searching for Sebastian. And he goes on to say, he's a stepdad. I had asked for point of contacts for those who know the area very well and what all has and has not been searched. So he definitely seen that live, or someone told him about it. And he gave me the point of contacts. So you got Ken Widener, his phone number, and then email.
Which was the whole lead of the
lead guy.
Yeah, the lead guy. The guy that says that there was no dog trail for Sebastian.
Yeah, correct. And he just says, thank you for your assistance in helping find Sebastian at the bottom of that. After, he gave me the information that I'd asked for. And I didn't ask it, I didn't ask him directly. He had reached out to me. And then on April 2nd, I replied pretty long, a really long message. I was talking about, I asked like, you know what, I'm just going to.
You don't have to show it or nothing.
Full transparency. I just said, thank you for reaching out, and I'm deeply sorry to hear about Sebastian's disappearance. I said, I'm here to offer my assistance in any way I can to help find him. To better understand Sebastian's habits and preferences, could you please share any information about his favorite places or outdoor activities? I said, does he have any preferred parks or nature spots where he enjoys spending time? Additionally, are there any particular hobbies or interests of his, such as fishing or hiking, that might give us clues about where he could have gone? Furthermore, is there any chance he may have headed towards an old place where they used to live? I wasn't asking where they lived, but was there a chance? I said, sometimes individuals may be drawn to familiar locations or nostalgic spots during times of distress. And then he never said anything. That was April 2nd, and then April 3rd at 1 in the morning, right, because I was awake. I asked again. I said, does he have any favorite places he likes to be? I said, it doesn't have to be outside. Like, just trying to gather, people, basically what I do with other cases, habits, but usually, people are driving, but people like a favorite coffee shop, people like a favorite gas station, but with the young man, it's going to be a little bit different. So I was just trying to get an idea.
Yeah. Favorite fishing spot, stuff like that.
And
familiar places, And
then on April 3rd, that probably like almost an hour later, sorry for the late response. He talked about the parks within 6 miles.
That's not too late. An hour later, that's it.
Yeah, he finally got back, so it was pretty quick. Especially
that's pretty quick. Usually, yeah.
He gave me a couple parks, and then he said, if you're available to talk, we could call a messenger. So I was like, he was leaving it open-ended. If I need something, I can get a hold of him. So super. I didn't get any like weird red flags or nothing. I was just like, okay, it's his stepson. Not all stepdads are the same, step parents. Some, it's like you would never know.
Yeah.
But I was like, okay, dude wants to find his kid. Like, I didn't think of it at that point as him even being the stepdad. I was like, it seems like he's the, you know what I mean? Like, he's the father, but he's just got the title stepdad. But I felt like he was, his dad too. Not just you know what I'm saying, like, to not discredit anybody or not give him credit. I was like, cause even at that point, accusations.
It's a pretty proper response too. You know what I'm saying?
I was like, at that point, there's all kinds of rumors going.
Well, and there's some new people just joining too. If you can go through the first time that he reached out to you, what he said to you when he reached out to you for the other people just joining, and then we can go back to.
That's fine. So I did a live with somebody else, and I don't know if he's seen that live or someone told him about the live, but I'd ask kind of like some specific questions. But he reached out to me on April 1st, around 5 in the afternoon. Says, I saw your YouTube channel about coming and searching for Sebastian. He goes on to say that he's his stepson, and he says, you asked for point of contacts. For those who know the area very well, right? If you know the area, live there, grew up there, that's what I was looking for.
Mhm.
And what all has and has not been searched. That was like the biggest thing. Below is and he gives me the point of contact to Ken Widener, the EMA director. And then he says,
Did you ever talk to Ken
no, I
at
did
all,
not.
or no?
No. Most of the stuff that they did was public. Plus, we had access to the Caltapo map. So
Yeah, we all did. Yeah, it was a great map too.
I felt like all the information, I hate to say it like that, but I wanted to know maybe where Sebastian liked to hang out or where his favorite activities.
Yeah.
And I felt like,
well, because if he is going to walk out of the house, he's going to go to somewhere familiar.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
And I was like, not to discredit anybody, but I felt like if I could get that kind of information, there's really no need to contact the EMA director when most of those searches it was public information at the time. Or at least we had access to the maps.
Yeah.
And then there was all over the news, the locations that they had searched.
A lot of detail in those maps too. It was awesome.
Oh, dude, they had
very
a lot
beneficial.
Of information.
Yeah, very beneficial.
And that was that. That was April 1st. And then on
April... is that when you decided to what was the date that you decided you were going to come out to Hendersonville, Tennessee?
I would have to look at the video, but I was pulling a car out of the water whenever I guess you'd ask. I don't know if timing's all weird.
Is that how you and Busby met? Was from because I remember I was watching the Cajun Nova, you know what I'm saying? Their hovercraft was on a boat or on a trailer. They had a boat on a trailer and it just sat there. And while I'm still going out there, because they were canceling their searches because they couldn't they couldn't find places to gather. Because I already went out there and registered. I went out there to register. I was like, okay, I'm gonna, go out and help them here. And then that first day they were supposed to do a search, they called it off because they were like, we can't find a place to to group up, so we're just gonna call it off. And I'm like, well, I'm still going. I was already halfway up there when we found out, but that was one of the reasons was because they weren't getting their boats off the trailers.
Right.
And I'm sitting there going, there's a lot of water around Hendersonville, there really is. Yeah, and it was frustrating because the days are counting. I'm out there trying to do whatever I can, and I'm like, man, if I could just get in the water, but I can't.
Yeah, it's literally right there, but you can't.
And they weren't doing it, so it's like, can somebody else please?
I can't really. Let's see. I can't remember if the Camaro was before or after Riley. I don't know.
It might have been.
There's a lot of events
before because Riley was, it was like a quick. Because I didn't even know Sebastian Rogers' name until the last couple days we were out there searching for Riley. And people were like, you got to go search for Sebastian Rogers. It's just a little bit of ways away. And I'm like, well, I'm focusing on trying to find Riley somewhere along the riverbank, homeless encampment, stuff like that. And then it was just a quick.
We were on Gay Street, I think. It was, if I remember this correctly. We were on Gay Street. We just got done searching for Riley. I think this is right. And then didn't someone get a hit or something on an island?
I don't know about an island. There was that dirt pile that was announced as a hit, but
I think it was the dirt pile or something.
The next day or two, they came out and said it was
because someone goes, they just found
It was at the government. Remember when we were going on the boat trip that one time when we went to go search and we couldn't put the boat in the water right there because all we could do was park. And I think we ended the day right there. Yeah, that was right there. Inside that fence is where they found that dirt pile.
Okay,
we couldn't get access to that area.
So we were So that was okay. That makes more sense. So we had thought that they had found him, and apparently everyone I was with knew about Sebastian except for me. Like they were like, yeah, they found that kid from Hendersonville, and I was like,
oh, really? You heard they found him?
Yeah, that's what through the grapevine they were like,
oh wow,
that's what they were saying, and I'm like, no, damn, and I was like, who? 'Cause I had no idea. Like I was just focused on Riley. All other cases at that point in time didn't matter. Like just whenever you're doing that search, and I'm like, who? And then they're like, this kid right here. I'm like, damn. And then maybe like an hour later, I think we were on the road, and they said no, they didn't find him. I think it was after Nashville. I pulled the car out of the water. I don't remember.
You know what? The more I think about it, because I'm going back to the dates in my head and when I was out there and when it was, when we went up to Hendersonville after we were done down there, and I do think it was like
it was pretty quick, but
the first week and a half of March, maybe. And then I went up to Hendersonville like the middle of March. I know I was there the middle of the March. It might have been a couple days before that, I think, because I went out there. I went out there first.
I met Busby at the Waffle House for the first
time.
Yeah,
that's where I met you too. Yeah,
that was and I don't know. I think Busby was in some live chats or something.
Busby's in chat. Busby, he's not able to hop up tonight, but Busby, were you in my chat and then you reached out to Trey? Is that?
I'm gonna have to pull out chat so I can actually see it.
Because he probably came in your chat, didn't he?
I think for the Camaro,
when you were looking for the car,
he says something about a truck and my truck, and I was like,
he says, yeah. So he was in my chat, and then he went to your chat and mentioned it, and then all like, man, it brings back the memories too, because man, Busby was, man, that whole convoy that he had to lead and try and keep together, man, like he did. Shout out to Busby. I'm gonna drop his link too, because that dude, man, the whole convoy, man, was just
the turnarounds.
Yeah,
it wasn't his fault.
Well, not only that, but just being able to coordinate and make sure everybody sticks together, because we had like six.
There was a bunch. We had
7 maybe.
So many people I'd never met, but
there was a bunch.
Click, and then got together and then started.
Some even were never met and were riding together in vehicles too.
And then some people didn't want to be on camera for I guess certain reasons, but
it was the females. That was their first time meeting. They got in the vehicles and got together, and then they wanted to be there, but it's like when it, just like when the stuff I was talking about yesterday about the dangerous situations and stuff, and that's why when all that stuff took place back then in the spring, it was like I understand why some of them were like, "It's CJ, it's it's crazy," and I'm like, I get it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that part's madness.
Yeah. So how long, after so you said the last message was on the 2nd or something? And so you're basically asking
just the important information, like
familiar spots.
For one, I usually will never communicate with family members for a million reasons.
Yeah.
It's just not good. if you have to get some information, like you just can't find it anywhere,
Yeah.
then I might. I've only reached out like twice, and yeah, that's it. Like once I get the information, I'm probably not going to talk to you again. Not to, I'm just not that guy. Like I search and that's it. Like I need facts, info, and that's how I go. But a lot of people will stay in communication with the family, and I just feel like there's a time and place.
Well, and you get biased too,
Yeah,
it's
and
because of your emotions. We're all human. It's natural. You know what I'm saying?
Like I don't want to get close to people in that aspect because you never know.
Yeah.
And the thing is though, I'd asked, like, I wanted specifics, right? So like, you should know. And then he says, so that was April 2nd is when I replied, the long reply. And then I'm like, okay, I didn't say it. Like I waited, to give him time. So I waited 24 hours. And then again, I said, does he have any favorite places he likes to be? It doesn't have to be outside. Just try to make it more openness instead of, the long question that I asked. And then he replied back, loves going to parks. Sorry for the late response. Said there are 2 parks within a 6-mile radius of their house. He gave Mosswright Park and Mary's Magical Place, aka Veterans Park. And then said, if you're available to talk, you can call me on Messenger. And I said, thank you. That will help with possible routes you may have walked to get there. And I said, I appreciate it. He said, those are pretty direct routes to them, really. And he said, Long Hollow and New Shackle Island. I said, and then that was April 3rd. And then April 6th, I replied, thank you, Christopher. There you go. That gives you the timeline. I said, thank you, Christopher. I appreciate it. Boots on the ground today. I said, if you need anything, feel free to call me. And I said, hey, big favor. I said, where's the pond the dogs hit on? And I said, I hope you see this. And then it was about 24 minutes later, about 9:50 in the morning. And I'd already found the pond by this time. In that 20 minutes, I was like, okay, it's got to be this one. And he gave me the direct route to that pond. And there's a lot of water there. I got the picture. Yeah, between the water and the mud. And I sent a picture to him, and I said, this one, right? And he said, yes, sir. And then that's when, at 11:48 that morning, I had messaged him, hey, what security company does your wife work for? And then that's when I went on to say, is it Vivint? And then I can't tell you because I'm not going to accidentally call him, but I can't tell you if I might have called him. I don't know. I don't know how the call initiated. I just know that I had asked him and then it was a phone call. But I was trying to get like more places, more facts, like more names and locations, not just the broad answer that I got. If that makes any sense. I figured I would get more information. Like, hey, you're muted.
Oh, that's weird. No, it was just a couple days after that you were already out there. So when it comes to going out there, you just basically messaged him in Messenger or whatever.
Correct.
And then when you got there, that's when you actually first talked to him.
Yeah, it was the only phone call. Because there's really no need. So like with the messages, I wanted the messages for facts. So that way it would be there, not he said, she said. So if someone texts something, then you got it. Versus, that way I could look back, have the information, try to put together a map. But I was wanting very specific places. Was what I was looking for. But it's kind of super vague. Like you got the 2 places and then direct routes, but I don't know. I figured there would be more places that they had been or he liked to be. But that was not the case. Like as far as the information that I got. And then that phone call went on.
Oh, really? So there wasn't a lot of...
And that was it.
Really?
What I just said is the information that I got. I mean, I
Because
figured,
you like with when you were saying it, you were like, you had a huge list of stuff. You were like, hey, what about this or this or this or this, maybe this or this.
well, I looked at different places, but those are the places that he knows that Sebastian liked to go.
But there wasn't no. It was just basically the pond.
Yeah, and it was
Uh,
pretty much places that would have already been searched anyway. Like they were close to their house. Like nothing outside the box. I was thinking maybe anything. Like, hey, we like to go here that's 30 minutes away. Like anything. But it was all stuff that if you pulled up their address, looked on the map, you would
Yeah.
look at those places anyway. Like
Right,
without
right.
knowing that.
The first minute you start looking, pretty
Yeah,
much.
you're gonna be in a radius. But the phone call, I don't know how long we spoke before I said, hey, I just said record this just in case. Like I don't know. Like one, I have a hard time remembering. If we talk for 30 minutes, I'm not gonna remember the entire conversation. So I'll record this just in case he gives me a location to search. That way I got it. And then I waited for. When was this video posted?
Well, I think this was like the 5th, right?
Let me look.
Because I was out. I think I was, because we all were kind of in different spots that morning. I think we were out in some fields.
April
and
9th is when I posted this.
Yeah, but I think it was the 5th. Busby knows for sure. What was it, Busby? Because this was when. Wait, because this had to be while our team was out in the woods by Texas Roadhouse, I think, and
Somebody
looking
was
through the
live
creek.
during that.
Yeah, that was. I think that was me. Probably. I think we were right by Texas Roadhouse. Wait, it might have been a lake too. But I know there was a time that everybody was gonna meet up right here. This took place before that. Or was I here when you
I think
had this call? Maybe I was.
you were. Well,
I was.
no, there was no one around.
No,
That's what you mean.
that was before we all ended up meeting at that spot or something. So you must have went straight there. When you got into town, you must have went straight there then.
I got really bad tunnel vision on that because I got the information, that little bit of information from Chris. At this point in time, I'm like, okay, the dog's tracked. I'm like, I basically said, fuck everybody else. Like, I'm going to the pond. Because that wasn't the game plan. Everybody else, like, I think y'all had a better game plan as far as the areas we were going to search. And then I let emotion get to me, and I was like, well, I'm not going with y'all. I mean, me and somebody else had a conversation off to the side, and he was like, all right, but be careful. Because, like, really, we need to stick together. That was the plan. And I was like, well, I'm not going. I'm going to go search this pond. And because I was like, something, I don't know, at that point in time, I was like, he's got to be there. I was like, if the dog's tracked there, and if the dog's stopped and they jumped in the pond, it's water related. He's, something that is connected to that pond. I was like, he's got to be there. They just missed him. And then, we searched, went through the mud, waded through the mud. And I don't want to say it was a waste of time, but damn. When someone older tells you something and they've been doing searches longer than you, even though same backgrounds, you should probably listen to them.
Yeah, they were local too, weren't they? Those two older guys that were there too.
Yeah.
They were locals that were helping out. I think they were people from the PI, weren't they?
Yeah. There's
I mean, everybody was basically there from the PI except for us, I think.
Yeah, because that's how I didn't realize that at the time, but they were coordinated together. And then I think, actually, I know we offered our services for sonar and diving. Yeah, that's how we all kind of got
Yeah,
could
they're
join together.
very knowledgeable too.
Oh yeah,
Not
man.
not
Super
only of
knowledgeable.
the area, but with the searches and stuff too. Just kind of picking up on stuff that they were kind of like, as you were out there in the pond, and then they're doing something, and I'm just kind of like listening to all the coordination and things like that. Um, so yeah, so did you ever? I don't remember if you did or not when we were there. And we'll probably, I think we'll just play this call first, and then we can go to the first interviews of the PFs. But
It is
when,
weird. So, well, I'll just let you. Yeah.
well, I was going to ask you just real quick, and I can't remember this. Did you also go up and walk around all of the other construction area that would be way back here?
Yeah. So whenever,
And did you see the manholes too, and how
the whole
barely any of them were covered?
from the
And
park that's in that neighborhood, and then off to the, I think it would be the south. There's a couple. There's one to the south. That one, the south.
yeah,
anyway,
there's like
that
a
one
gazebo there or something.
south of there. Those are bolted down, but then you get to other spots, and they're just there's either nothing there, or
The ones where, so
grates
where
there.
yeah, like where the road is right now, where the road's paved,
Yeah.
that goes through that construction area. Those were a lot of the manholes in the middle of the dirt street, because there was dirt streets, and then piles of dirt, like
Yeah,
and
there's a
piles of trees, like the trees bunched up, like huge trees just in a pile. And it was humongous elevation drop from when you go to that street off of Kellen, where you can get into you can't drive, but you can, where we parked.
Yeah, with the telephone pole.
And then you walk down. It was a huge elevation drop back then, a lot more than it is now since they've developed it. But even the holes along the curb,
Almost
where
like a
where the
ravine.
streets were missing. Yeah, it was crazy. But go ahead, man. I just wanted to see if you remembered the manholes, how most of them were missing in the grates for the.
Yeah, most of them, if you were walking along and it was dark, and you didn't know that area. Even if you didn't know the area, you could easily get bloop.
Yeah, you just fall right in,
And you're not going to be. That's a steep, narrow drop. And this guy, it would hurt.
It was shocking to me when I was walking up through there, and I'm like, holy crap! You instantly think, because you're basing the search off of. He walked out of the house. That
Exactly.
is a really close area. It's when it comes to how dark it is, and how dark it is, because you're not even by any houses when you're walking through all that dirt and
there's
trees.
no lights or anything.
Yeah, and
there wasn't.
Not even anything from a porch light. You're far away, and you're at a different elevation too. You're at a higher elevation, so the light, and when you're seeing those covers not really there much, except for a few of them, you instantly think, oh my gosh, if he really did walk out of the house and he did walk up to that area, because we were at that time hearing that there was a dog trail that led there or whatever. And so you automatically think, damn, maybe he did just whoop. And with 100%. How deep they were, you could break a bone, and then what are you supposed to do? Crawl to get out, because nobody can hear you scream.
Yeah, you'd be screaming. No one would ever hear you. Especially, it's like, yeah, if you were that deep and that far away from any houses, you'd be screaming super loud, and no one's gonna hear you.
But a lot of mud in there too, in those drains back then as well. A lot of mud.
And that's the thing. I had so many questions, like, before we got there. Obviously they're full of mud, but how much water would have been in those during the time frame that he would have went missing? Like, had we had
over time, you've seen how much mud got washed out.
Oh man, I remember that one entrance was like completely covered up at the pond, at the retention pond.
except for like that much.
Yeah.
It wasn't much at all.
So it's
Yeah.
changed a bunch, but plus the
Yeah.
destruction.
Yeah, that too. And, all of that mud. I mean, it like when you look at the drain covers that go along the curbs, even you see like how much. Usually they're like up and down. If they're like have like a grate on it, if they're not like just a rectangle that's you can can just slide. If there's like a grate one, which they did have a couple of them over there that had like a grate on it that went over the curb drainage holes. You can see how something like that would continue to get clogged up over and over and over, especially when it comes to the elevation and the drain off. And when they get rain, then there's more mud and, sliding down, and then it gets clogged up into the roads that were at a lower part of the elevation. And so it was like, what, did they just leave the covers off because they got tired of having to clean the mud out?
That's what it kind of looks like.
Yeah,
that's the impression I would get. They had to unclog them or something till they get down with their stuff.
Yeah.
They're like, we'll just, it won't matter, type of deal. One less step you got to do.
So when you got the message, he called you. You were kind of like, okay, I'm gonna make sure that I can get this documented or whatever.
We had talked for, I don't know how long we talked before I said, hey, I was just like, I went like this. So I was like, this needs to be recorded. Like, even if I don't do anything with it. And I was like, just so I can recall. Like, if he gives me places, locations, like more information that instead of, because he never really gave that in the messages. I was like, if he gives me a place, I need to remember the exact place because, I'm not from here at all. We're from there.
I mean, even that gazebo little park that they had right there, because that would have been a really quick walk for him to go to a little mini park.
Didn't mention that. My thing was, I need to document this just in case something is said that's off. That way there's, because I don't know, sometimes people are found very quick. Sometimes people are never found. I hate to say it that way. But if 2 years goes by and I'm questioned by law enforcement about something, and they're saying, well, how was this conversation? What do you guys talk about? How am I going to remember? So I was like, if I have it, I won't have to try to remember what was said. I'm just like, this is exactly how the conversation went. So just for documentation and transparency was the reason I recorded this. And I was not going to release it. I was like, really, there's no reason to. But then to this day, just the mixed emotions and mixed opinions on what did or didn't happen to Sebastian. But, where is he? When is he? And the reason I say when, where's he at? When did he go missing?
Well, yeah. That's another thing, in the future I want to do is like, I want to continue to go back. We were starting to work on that dispatch audio, and I wanted to go back to that here after the holidays here with the new year. Because there was somebody that had, I think, mentioned that they cited him or something. And it's like, is that where, they're saying the 26th? Because he was in bed way before midnight, before it would be the 26th. And if you don't get up and check on him, then you didn't see him. You know what I'm saying? Because it says last seen in the area Stafford on the 26th. But really, if she's the last person to see him, it really should say last seen at his residence on the night of the 25th.
That would make more sense.
So, I mean, that's, to me, it's a question. Because if you look at the wording really should read, if she is the last person to see him, that he was last seen in his residence.
Yeah, because it gives you the impression that he was seen not in his residence.
Yeah, like walking away.
Yeah,
and that would have helped out a lot, especially when it comes to any kind of
Well, it would help.
searches not only for them, but maybe for other people and the family too, you know?
It'd be the information that's key.
Yeah.
Good.
You take out a quarter of an area pretty much, you know. They might have went off to this way or off to this way after this
Man,
way, but it wasn't that way, you know.
you open up the bag for me with that one, just the way that was worded. You know, if seen in the area, it's like, okay, then there would be a dog scent. If he was seen, I mean, there would, I don't know.
So is that basically the conversation that you guys had when he called or you
Yeah,
called him?
at this point in
Was
time, I'm like, okay, the dog's tracked here. Like, I'm not just if there's 7 dogs that went this way, ain't no way all 7 of them are bad. Like, ain't no way. Isn't it the process that I had? And then I had to do some fact checking. I had to do some digging, and then it was the police said the dog never tracked. There was no scent.
Yeah, well, I remember he said there was 6 or
Yeah,
6, I believe. And yeah, he's the one that said he said it right on to Nick Barris that because it was the day after, it was March 26th, because on the 25th there was a whole bunch of garbage bags out in the woods. There was like 9 or 10 of them out in the woods when I was searching these one woods, kind of on the other side of the high school, I think, if I remember correctly, somewhere around the high school. And so it was like, holy crap, there was all these bags, garbage, like 30-gallon black garbage bags, and you could tell they were like full of stuff because they were all poofy. And some of them were kind of shifted, but you knew there was something in there. And kind of walking around, and when you're out there and you see something, you number one, you turn, and then number two, you go to just kind of barely just do a little bit of this.
Yeah, just you don't want to disturb it if it is, something. You just
right.
kind of
You want to test
enough to where but not do it.
To give you an idea of like, because some of these bags did have like leaves and garbage in them. So when you go over to one of them, it's like, oh, this is pretty light. There's nothing that's going to be, you know what I'm saying? But you leave it. And, as I'm walking around, I see there's like these bones sticking out of one of them. And you could see there was like this quilt that was like red and orange. And it's like, oh, hell no. Now, you could already tell it wasn't. I'm not even thinking it was Sebastian at that moment, because to me it's like, dude, it's not gonna, this is March 2020 something, late March, and it's like, it's not, and the bones were a little smaller or something, and so we had called law enforcement out there. Law enforcement came out and they opened up all the bags, and it was just a lot of weird stuff in those bags, like figurines and just garbage, and it's just really weird stuff. But there was like somebody had actually, when they ripped out that bag with the bones in it, there was actually somebody had actually wrapped up 2 dogs.
I remember you telling me about that.
In a blanket, but they were reporting it as deer bones. So when you were seeing him talk about the deer bones and stuff like this, and then he says, yeah, and there was six out there, and no hits, no trails for Sebastian, no hits. And so what did you hear like from him when you heard that phone call? And we'll listen to it here in a few, but was he telling you that there was multiple, or was it just about the dog in the pond? Like
multiple dogs.
Multiple, okay.
Maybe track different routes, but all generally, except for like a couple, tracked the same direction. Maybe not the exact same track that's on the ground, but same. Yeah, they got to the same place, but different routes, basically, except for like a couple that did some weird stuff. And at that point in time, there's no telling how many people tracked through that neighborhood. And
Yeah,
You know
especially
what I
that
mean?
morning when all the neighbors were out there
And I don't know how old
with the police and the canines.
these tracks would have been by the time that these other dogs showed up. And I don't know how they tracked, like as far as tracking or trailing or however they did it, but
Yeah. So, after you talked to him, I think we probably showed up just a short bit after that, then, right? And then that's when you were
yeah, it
getting
wouldn't have been.
ready to get in the pond or whatever.
Yeah, it probably would have been like 10, 15 minutes, if that.
So not very much. Did you ever talk to him after that ever again
That
in
was it.
phone or messenger? That was the only time.
No messages, no communication whatsoever. I was kind of displeased as far as the open-endedness about, I'm asking you this. Like, I already know a dog tracked here. I already know the dog jumped in the pond. But he definitely took control of that conversation, which is fine. That's what I wanted to happen anyway.
Yeah, because
But
they got the information, you know.
yeah, like I'm not gonna agree or disagree with somebody if they're offering information. So I'm not gonna ask specific questions at that point. Whenever I already asked you the specific questions that I needed, it's more about the dog's tracking to this location or the dog, and that was pretty much it. It wasn't about any other areas as far as possibilities. It was just the
Yeah,
dogs, the track, the pond.
yeah.
I felt like there was no reason for us to ever communicate again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not the first time you were out there, out in a community, you know.
Exactly.
You're it's interesting though that, you make it a point like it was like no, like was it quick and to the point? You didn't really get to ask too much. It was just like this. All right, talk to you later.
It was just straightforward on his part. Like, here's the information that I'm going to give you, but we're not going to talk about the questions that you asked in the book that I sent him. Basically, he didn't say that, but that we didn't talk about his favorite places.
Any of the other spots?
Yeah, the information that I was needing for, like, the only reason I was really wanting to communicate with him in that aspect is the information that I couldn't get from the public or the police. Like, the parents are going to know that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to get that information anywhere else except for them. And then it was just the vagueness, I guess. Like, in my opinion, it was vague because any idiot, no offense. Okay, the boy lived at this address. He went missing here. Oh, well, there's a park here. There's a creek here. Within a mile, 2 miles. I'm like, man, he probably could be here. I was wanting the information. He liked this school, or he liked to go hunting and fishing, or he did this with his friends. He would hang out at
that little park right there.
Yeah, like just the stuff that no one's gonna know but the people that he lives with, his parents. And then I didn't get that information. I got the open-endedness and vagueness is what I got. So I was like, well, there's really no need for us to ever communicate again because it doesn't feel like I'm gonna get that info. And then I've noticed a lot of searches are. Anyway, that's for whole nother conversation. But you know what I mean? Like, if I ask you, CJ, like, I don't even know. Like, if I ask you what your favorite places are or where you like to go or your favorite gas station, you're not going to say, well, give me a gas station down the road that you don't go to, basically. With the vagueness that I just put there. But we're going to talk about the question that I asked, not run around, like, not even a circle, but you would be direct with me, but not give me the information that I asked you is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, was it basically the pond and
ponds, dogs,
and
they
that
tracked,
was it.
And that was it.
That was it.
And the places I don't know if you could hear it on camera or not. But Katie said something in the background. It might have been. I don't know. I don't remember. But I just know she had said something, and then he had said something. But I don't know how much the camera or the mic picks up. It was just frustrating for me. The whole phone call for the FaceTime call, whatever, was more frustrating than anything as far as like the information that I got, and it was no information that I didn't already have. So, therefore, there's no reason for us to have communication.
Mm. And so after you searched the pond,
I mean, after we searched that area like we did,
you
and then we went back multiple times, like it's almost like, what the fuck? Like, I had communication with dude, and then it was pointless communication. Like I said, it's nothing that we couldn't have got. So that's why I never reached back out to him again, and he didn't offer any other information.
Oh, so neither one of you really reached out to each
Yeah,
other.
like after that, it was just, which is fine, like part ways.
Well, I'm surprised because, like, I guess maybe he was just waiting to see if, because what if you did come, like, just like the hat, for example, right? What if after,
I didn't tell him about the hat. That's what I forgot about. When I asked if
no, I'm just using it as an example. You know what I'm saying?
what was
As
it? I was gonna say something real quick.
Yeah.
So I asked, where does your wife work? And he never asked why. Like, he gave me the company that she worked for, and I said, is it Vivint in the message? But he never asked, like, why. I never said that I found that hat. Most people ask why. Like, why does that matter? Like, if I'm looking for your kid.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just little stuff that probably doesn't mean anything, or it could. I don't know. But
so when it came to like the hat, for example, what if, because you guys were talking about the pond, he was letting you know about the dog trails and the hit, and that, now, when it comes to that pond, it was mostly mud. I mean, the reflection of the water that was just a couple inches above the mud really gave you a false perception of, like, what the lake was made of, and it really was like 95% mud, and a little bit of gloss because it's just a little bit of water. What if, because of how thick that mud is and how deep it went up to your knees almost in some spots? Was it even deeper than that? I
it was
know it was your knees, and then
some
maybe
of
a
it
little
would go
bit above,
past your
right?
knees.
Yeah. What if
But
you would have actually came across something, where I guess maybe he just would assume that, I don't know, I just put, when you're talking about it, I would kind of put myself in the position um to where I would kind of, like, maybe at the end of the night even send a text message, hey,
right,
how did it go? Did you come across something?
something.
Because maybe, what if you would have came across some kind of little mini pocket game or something, and you found it in the mud, and that little mini pocket game was something maybe he might have carried in his pocket or something. Oh yeah, I found this little thing. But normally, if it's something like that, you're like, well, I don't know, maybe it could be whatever. But as a parent, I would kind of be like,
Waiting.
hey, how did it go? Did you come across anything? Because maybe you might have came across something that maybe he might, or anybody knows the value of, but maybe you might not have known the value of.
Yeah, I know exactly exactly what you're saying. But I never. Yeah, you would think it's just like, hey, something. Like, how did it go? Find anything? But there was
Just be curious, like,
Yeah.
wow, hey, I got somebody out there that's you got somebody out there that's actually going to be going through it again. You saw how the mud would continuously run off, a lot of mud into this pond from the drains. You never know when it came to it. So I'll go ahead and play this. Is there anything more you want to add to it before we check it out? And if there's parts that that we might not be able to hear, just let us know, and
It should be pretty clear.
I'll pause it.
But in this conversation, I don't I'm not going to agree or disagree with when someone's talking. Just it's all about exchange of information, and that's all. A lot of people get things misconstrued, but it doesn't matter. You should be able to hear it pretty good.
And then that's one part. I don't even think that was the deepest part. The deepest part was to the left.
The deepest part was up by that outlet.
Coming out of the other drain. Yeah. And this is a photo right here that you guys can see. Let me zoom it in some more.
Yeah, that took forever because I wasn't taking steps. Not really.
There we go.
It was more of a shuffle.
Oh yeah, because you had to kind of.
You don't want to disturb anything, because if you do, you're not gonna.
You had to like go slow.
And if you do take a step, you push down very, very slow, unlike the way some people search.
Right, and then kind of shift a little bit.
Yep.
And just keep track of.
If it would have been full of water, it would have been 10 times easier to search.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can see it's, and that's what I'm saying, that when you're looking at the pond, like when you're there, you can see it was just a couple inches above the mud. But if you look at the picture, that's what I'm saying. When it comes to the gloss of it, it really makes it look like it's.
Oh, it does too.
Yeah, it makes it look like it's a lot of water that's just colored from mud.
You even see the ripple.
Yeah.
I didn't think of it that way because we were there. But yeah, just from looking at it as a picture, it looks like a pond.
Mm-hmm.
Like full of water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it kind of deceives you. And then you guys seen the last photos and video that I took when we were there on our last search, late September, I think.
Sometimes.
Maybe it might have been after that. I can't remember. It was after that, wasn't it? Did we go out? Did we go in October? Because I know I was doing a lot of stuff for Micah's case the last month and a half of. There's benefit and all sorts of stuff going on for that. And I know before that we did that Lumber River stuff out there.
I don't think we were there.
But we went out after we came back from the Lumber River stuff that we were doing.
I don't remember, buddy. I really don't.
Yeah, it all blends in together anymore, really. But when I was there last and you guys saw the photos and that right there. So if you guys remember when I'm showing you the other drain that had like the cement things coming out of it right outside the drain, which you couldn't see for a long time because of the mud. But after it started to get washed out a little more towards the fall and getting closer to the end of the year, then you started to see like pebbles and all these other things. And you saw these like cement blockers or something that's coming out of it just to catch like limbs and debris and stuff from going into the pond. And you guys saw how empty it was, because hell, even when we were there the last time you and me went there together, it was all smoothed out and had that fresh grass planted. And it was like, as soon as you walked down in it, it was a good couple feet, sloped down until, and then you got into the middle of it and you could see how full it used to be based off of where they had to plant the new grass and all that compared to what it had looked like at that point. So this is a period right, all the way back then where it was pretty much, and that's why they put that piece of a wood right there in front of that drain. It had like a hole, but there was so much going in to the pond that part drains into, that they kind of had to block it a little bit to slow down all the drain, because the one behind there was growing to be something like that there soon. There was a lot of runoff over in that area. Lot.
That other side had it's almost like pools of water.
Yeah. And then you see that one the last time, and it's just nothing but dry grass is growing through it. You can tell it's been a while since it had some water down there, and And then the other pond, it pretty much looked the same. The one in the cemetery, it pretty much looked the same from all the times that we were.
It probably looks a little bit like it has less water.
Yeah.
The Snap and Turtle pond.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I'm gonna play this, man, and we're gonna check this out now. He's standing, so if you see that road right there, Willow Bend. So basically, the retention pond is directly behind us of what's showing on the camera. I want to do some contribution call outs here real quick as well. I want to say, Angela, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat challenge. You were missed. Thank you so much, Angela, for the support. Appreciated. And also Kib Kitty for the gifted membership. If you were gifted Kib Kitty for the membership, please give her some hearts in chat and a thank you, Angel. And thank you to all the angels too. I appreciate you so much. So the retention pond is directly behind us. Let me throw this up here real quick too. Hold on 1 second. I got to throw this up. All right. So when we're standing here, what's going through your mind right here, man, as you got your hand on your forehead? Like that's
just what I do. Nothing. There's nothing unusual about my body language other than frustration. If I do that, I'm probably frustrated. It means I want to say more, but I'm not going to say it.
Yeah. Just because of the responses that you got, the lack of, I guess, when it comes to anything, is basically just the pond, focused on the pond.
I don't exactly know what we talked about before this, but I was like, what? I was almost like, what the fuck? So I just remember going, for the love of God, please record this. Because I felt like whatever we talked about before that, like that's all we talked about.
Is that how, I mean, when it comes to a lot of the other family members that you try and help missing loved ones, is that
People
typical? Like, what percentage would you say that would take place with any of the, not that anybody, members, yeah.
A lot of family members literally, there's a high profile case I can't talk about because I feel very, very bad that I can't help without another diver. And I will say that this person, like, information for days, like just all the information, like you don't have to ask a question and they will tell you everything that you need to know. As far as locations, what happened to the person.
Well, anytime you're dealing with missing loved ones, it's a place.
A lot of family members want to work with you, like they want to be out there with you. I usually say no, like it's going to be a no, like unless I really need the help. But because usually what ends up what happens is people try to like do the whole money thing, and I'm not about that. So that's why less communication, because I feel like when people offer to give you money for gas, if it is a family member, then it's almost like misconstrued that by them giving you fuel or money that you are 150% going to find their loved one, and that's not always the case. Like we don't have those answers. But what we can do is roll places out. But even people that are
well, and I would, and you know, I wouldn't take money from family members anyway.
Exactly.
If anything, we're trying to help, not take away. You know what
that's
I'm saying?
I never will knowingly do that, but like even looking for someone before that didn't know the person's day-to-day routine, like because they didn't live together and they literally lived in like 6 states away, we'll say, you know, they're a mild-mannered person, they have this medical condition, this is, you know, the vehicle that they drive, or these are the clothes they like they would know what they like to do, probably where they, you know, they like to bowl, this is where they work, they know the hour, like they know a lot of information, even if it's not really
familiar stuff
Yeah,
that'll
just
help.
giving you the idea where they possibly could have went or been heading or something. And then typically they, it doesn't take that long, maybe like a 2 to 3 minute conversation, and you'll have more than enough information if you're paying attention. And then I've had people reach out to me before that I never even got back to, but they'll send you all the information, like this is their vehicle, these are their clothes, this is where they were last seen, they were coming from this route, this is where they work, this is their food, I know that they have this habit, so they got to stop if they run out, their vehicle gets this miles per gallon. Just like very open about.
Did he know that you were going to go out to the woods too, or did he just think you were coming there to check the pond and that was it?
No, whatever that live was that he had either seen or someone told him about. We're just going to be searching the area, and then if someone knew the area, then to reach out to us, basically to meet up, and then that way we have a guide. But there's not nothing specific. But mainly, at that point, like my expertise is the water, right? Like I absolutely hate land and ground searches. Like just that's not my area of expertise. But when it comes to the water, I'll do that all day. But if it turns into a ground search, to do it right, you got to be able to lay out a grid. And there's a lot newer technology nowadays for ground searches than when I got started. So there's better ways to search.
Were you ever in contact with Seth before this phone call?
Never.
No.
Nope.
Just the PIs basically.
Yeah, just the PI, like through the PI. There was no direct communication, which I understand that. You get people. That's that's a good buffer actually, because you get people. Like for me, for instance, I'd be like, well.
No, you're right. It is. It's a good buffer to.
Yeah, like I think it's great because you just say, hey, this is the information that I need. Yes or no. They got it. I mean, you get them. That way you don't have to have the emotions, the directness.
Yeah, because it's already hard because you're out there. The reason you're out there is because you care, and so you already have emotion involved, and you don't need it to cloud your vision.
Yeah, because if you get mixed emotions, vibes, that could definitely change the outcome of a search, or whether someone's found or not found. And I still feel that, I don't want to say it like that, but due to this communication, like I really got tunnel vision on that area.
What, just the pond or the whole construction
pond
area, the cemetery?
The pond, because the way I believe dogs track.
Yeah.
So like one or two things. I was thinking that he's in the water somewhere, either before, in the middle, or after that pond is what I was thinking. That's why whenever we searched the whole cemetery and we followed the water on where it went, I was like, man, there's a probability, but the dogs didn't track. So, and that's what law enforcement says. Law enforcement at this point, from that date said that did not track. They're like, his scent was not there. So that's what I have to go off of instead of being so stubborn.
No, I mean, on March 26th is when Ken Widener came out and said officially that there was no
correct
dog trails for Sebastian, no hit.
And then after after this phone call, I was like 400% sure that was not the case, right? Like I was like, man, if the dog jumped in the damn pond, then there's no way that there wasn't.
Well, you were probably thinking if he is if he is around here, it's going to be in the pond, right?
I was thinking water because I'm like, well, I went on the back side. I was like, okay, it's connected to the pond at the cemetery, and I was like, if it's not this pond, if he's not buried underneath here because they decided to drain it, and then with gravity, anything heavy is going to be hidden. I was like, he's in the next one for sure.
Or oil floats on oil from. We all have natural oils on our body.
Water holds scent.
The natural, well, yeah, and plus the oil. Think about if any kind of oil that's in the water, it collects, and sticks together. So when you're also talking about the runoff in the drainage,
Yep.
it could also travel when it comes to that pond too, because that pond also was like, uh, at first an endpoint for the drainage, and then the next little pond down there was created
Yeah, and it's
to,
just a series.
yeah,
And plus they said he was barefoot, and I'm like you couldn't ask for a better track. Like
yeah,
if someone's barefoot, like there's no way. Like I'm like this is like cut and dry. Like they're literally leaving actual skin, like their skin cells directly on the ground. Like it's like a blessing to ask for if you're a canine. Like I'm not a canine handler, but as a dog, I can't imagine like, damn, this one's strong. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like you would think it would be that much easier, and obviously here it's
Well, yeah,
December.
because the skin cells,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, there'd be a ton of them if
And then
you're
I'm like,
barefoot.
so in my head, I'm like, man, I was like, water does hold scent. It'll make it stronger. The dog will go nuts. I'm like, he is here somewhere, and it's connected to the water. Wherever whatever's connected to this pond, before or after. If it's not this, if he's not in here, like I was so sure. That's why I basically told people to F off right before I came here, because I was like, no, I'm going here. But anyway, that was
Oh, why you were supposed to go somewhere else or something
well, it's
before
supposed to
you?
help you guys with the other search, like with the same
Oh,
search,
yeah,
because
yeah, the
general
land
area.
stuff.
Like
Yeah.
normally I'm on board and I'm a team player when it comes to this, but like for whatever reason I'm like, nope. And then after the only thing was a conversation, but after I talked to Chris, it's like even setting, it intensified what I had already put together in my head, if you know what I'm trying to say. But I was also frustrated too about I had asked the specific information and didn't get it, besides the parks.
Yeah, all
the two
that stuff.
locations.
All that stuff you were asking for.
Yeah.
So when you're standing, and it's a good question. So when you're standing here, and you know about what Ken Widener has been saying about the search, you've been getting into the Cal
Caltopo.
and you've been kind of like, okay, so I know that there hasn't been any official from Ken Widener, that's the head dude, that there hasn't been any dog trail or dog hits from him. Were you thinking this was just for show in a way, or were you like
from the phone
like
call?
when you're talking, when the talk starts discussing the dog hit and the trails, which you just heard a couple days before that wasn't the case.
Oh, so like I don't want to say it fed my ego, but in my head it's like two things. Either one, someone is guilty as hell, or two, you're a very concerned father, because the whole step thing doesn't even like I don't think that matters. I was like, you want your son back home, is what I was thinking. And I was like, and you've seen the dogs work, or someone told you that these dogs worked, and you're thinking like, in my head, I'm like, you're thinking, what the fuck? There is a trail, there is a track. I watched 7 dogs do this shit, so bring my fucking son home. That's what I'm thinking.
Well,
or you're guilty as hell. Either one or two. But I'm like, as a dad, I'm like, man, I've seen shitty dogs work, get way off the trail, and find somebody. And I'm like, for 7 of them to do it, plus he's barefoot, just mixed emotions on my part, which should have never happened. But
yeah. No, I mean, even with Riley Strain's family, they were focused on specific spots because especially the mom was focused on specific spots, and it was right by one of the spots that they had focused on. And so yeah, when it comes to the families, there's certain spots that even if certain things don't lead to that, they still have those spots that they focus on. And so I could see how, like, okay, yeah, I heard Ken said there wasn't, but there was a lot of activity down there. Can yeah, let's just check another time.
It just the whole damn thing is weird.
Yeah. Yeah. And no, there was no cameras whatsoever on Enoch and Hutch.
Yeah, none.
We'll be talking more about that in another show coming up. But I'm gonna play this call now, and he said something about your lemonade. He wants some. It's been sitting there for.
I'm drinking lemonade now.
Are you?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna check this out real quick. And this is 8 minutes. Here's the link for the video. So if you want to go show it some love, please do. And we'll go ahead and listen to it and see what it says. And yeah, when it comes to the video last night, I already said it in the video last night that I was already gonna appeal it. So I already, trust me, I already know. It's chess. All right, so the pond is right behind us. The construction area, actually, that gazebo is right behind you in this camera, right over there, with the playground.
With the other, that thing was steep as heck, by the way.
Yeah, it's especially going up to the right. It was really, and you can see it on the footage. You can see like I'm looking around and stuff. You can see like how much it does drop off. All right, so here's the call. This is about 15 minutes before all of us showed up to meet at that spot, and he's having a call with CP when it comes to the pond here.
Said that they did or she did and or didn't. I didn't know who she actually worked for, so. Yeah, well,
there's a lot of BS out there. People saying there was no dogs in.
That's what I heard, and then I read it. I read the article from the actual news, and it said the dogs got a scent that they from an article clothing or something, and then they tracked all the way here, like several times.
Well, here's your better one. There was the dispatcher. The call got released from the dispatchers to the deputies and the responding units. In that release of information, you can clearly hear the dispatcher and the cops all say the dogs got sent is over here in this pond.
Okay.
And I mean, for people to say no, it didn't matter.
Yeah, and that's what
deputies said that shit in the dispatch.
And that's
okay. So yeah, and this is why we're going to go through the dispatch in the future, but. When it comes to what they were saying that there was hits, especially when the K9 jumped into the pond. The officer said that it was a hit.
I mean, that would be a great indicator that your dog tracked, and then boom, right? Like if you're a canine handler, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah. I mean, you're handling your. That's it's.
Anybody know if that dog is on or off lead? Like if he was tracking on or off a lead?
I don't know. That's kind of why I wanted to like really dig into the dispatch audio. I never have really, but I kind of wanted to do that just to really try and see like what was exactly said, especially after, we were already looking into it like a couple weeks ago, and then it kind of got halted there for a few shows. And after this in the area of Stafford, when somebody mentions that they witness, it makes me wonder if that's what they're really going on is an officer.
Right.
Witnessed him. But this is the crazy thing when it comes to the dispatch audio is that when you're listening to the dispatch audio, a lot of them are asking what his name is and what he looks like. If there's a photo, what does he look like? So it's kind of weird because you hear a lot of what's his name? What's he look like? Is there a photo? But how do you witness it? So I don't know. It's all kind of weird. when it comes to that dispatch audio.
Yeah, compared to what they put out versus the audio and then securing the scene.
Or
And it's
not.
the most, yeah, that's what I meant. It's just frustrating from a lot of angles because, yeah, if you follow the dispatch audio only versus what's been said, it's they wonder where the misinformation comes from. It's because people have questions and they're not being directly answered. And then you could say the public didn't need to know or whatever, but
Well,
if you're
yeah.
wanting if you're wanting to get rid of the misinformation, you would think you would have more. You would have had more conferences on, certain findings, some facts that you can either make factual or say or disprove whatever. If you would want the misinformation to come down, you would at least have a PR person, and you would just a list of what you can or can't release, just to make it not so much of a circus. But instead, it's been like the opposite of that. It's like you don't hear anything.
Well, I mean, if you're listening to the dispatch audio, the trails or the direction that they're talking about him walking away is towards the high school, and then in the northeast direction. Not only the east, but the northeast direction, because they also mention in the very north of the construction area, there's a house up there that they're talking about activity up there taking place too. Or I think it was a barn, maybe it was a barn. It was that barn when we were out there. Yeah, on the other side of the high school, and there was that creek and that's where you smelled that deer or whatever. We found
Oh
that deer.
yeah,
And that on the other side of that creek, there was that barn that was way back over there. That's what they were actually talking about. So yeah, it just but then why isn't there, last seen walking in this direction
yeah.
by
You
this
you would
area? Not,
yeah, it would change the narrative
yeah, if
a lot.
you really did see. Because that's my biggest question is who saw him, Okay, he was seen in the area of Stafford on the morning of February 26th, because we know it was the morning. But so who's seen him, after mom is that's my biggest question right now. Because I mean, there's a lot of talk about the 25th or the 26th. For the last 10 months, I've been, you know, uh, you know, the 26th, the date for me was the 25th, because I was like, that's the last time he was seen, according to,
Yeah,
what, like Katie, right? So, with the whole 26 thing, it's like, I don't know who's seen him. Who's seen him? All right, it is a little bit hard to hear, like he said, just because of the recording and the outside noise or whatever. But I do have the closed captioning on. It seems to be picking it up pretty good. And you can always, if you don't have earbuds right now, I don't have any music playing or anything, and I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic too while it's playing. And I'll just go ahead and let the whole thing play through while all this stuff's muted or whatever, and then if you have to come back with some earbuds or something like that. But it looks like YouTube is picking up the audio or the captions pretty good. All right, here we go. So this is the whole call. If you're just joining, I will drop this. What the date of this was April 5th, right? When this call took place, not when it was uploaded.
let me look just to make sure. I know I looked at it a million times, but definitely not
Okay.
when it was uploaded.
Yes, thank you, Daddy's Girl, for your coverage. The Micah coverage this morning. I'm gonna have a huge show coming up here soon after the holidays.
April 6th this year,
for Micah.
correct?
April 6th?
Yeah.
Okay, April 6th. All right, and there's a link for the video, and we'll go ahead and let this whole thing play through. That way, you guys can try and hear it as clear as it'll allow you. Also, there's the link. You can get the direct audio without the StreamYard stuff in the background or whatever.
Said that they did, or she did, or didn't. And I didn't know who she actually worked for. So
No, I mean, if you got some questions on the emergency, we can answer it.
yeah, well,
There's a lot of BS out there. People saying there was no dog scent.
that's what I heard. And then I read the article from the actual news, and it said the dogs got a scent that they from an article clothing or something, and then they tracked all the way here, like several
Well,
times.
here's your better one. There was the dispatcher. The call got released from the dispatchers to the deputies and the responding units. In that release of information, you can clearly hear the dispatcher and the cops all say the dog's got a scent is over here in this pond.
Okay.
And I mean, for people to say no, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and that's what
Deputies said that shit in the dispatch.
and that's what everybody kept saying. And I'm like, there's got to be some truth to this, because that doesn't.
Sorry, I gotta pause it real quick. Did he say he's talking about how the dispatchers were talking about the trails, and then you're talking about the article, and then he was like, I don't know why he said that.
Correct.
I don't know
Give
why
or
he
take.
said that to dispatch if it wasn't true, pretty much. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
I mean, you can play it back if you want, but
No, it's because of the construction.
oh yeah,
and
the beeping.
You know what I mean? I just wanted to make sure that that's what he said, because I heard shit, and so I'm like, wait a minute, well, okay. And then I was like, oh, okay. I can't believe he said that shit to the dispatcher. Basically, if it wasn't true.
Doesn't make any sense. Like, so yeah, they tracked here. So
Yeah. And then, like I said, the path that they tracked. So, our subdivision, if you're in that subdivision,
yeah, I'm
directly, the next subdivision over to the left is our subdivision.
Okay.
It's called Victoria Place.
okay.
The scent that they got, as soon as you turn in our subdivision, you're on Keller. Driving all the way up to the very top of the hill at a four-way, you'll see that to the right, they're cutting in a new road that will link
All
the
this
two
together.
subdivisions.
Okay.
Yeah. The scent
Is that what he's talking about directly right there? Oh.
literally across the dirt.
So it tracked. Yeah, there was no question. The dogs were all there. Yeah, it was 100%. And do you know how much they actually drained?
They drained the whole thing.
It's okay.
So initially, when they went over to look at it, it was only knee deep. From the picture that you showed me, there's a lot of new runoff.
Yeah, that's what
from where they're cutting. Yeah.
I was trying to figure out. I was like, I don't know how shallow it was before or after.
Yeah. I'm 5'9", and it was knee deep.
Okay.
So, and then, yeah, they even drained it and still walked it.
Okay. So they actually walked it. I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that is actually information that was told to me by law enforcement.
Yeah. So they actually.
Because I went on me and law enforcement, they could put me in a vehicle.
Right.
Drove me around and showed me a bunch of stuff. I'm the only one that they got.
Okay.
So I can actually give you a little bit more information than what everybody's out there running their mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, so he is telling you that he's been out there riding around with law enforcement, and they've been kind of pointing out different things. So regardless of what you're hearing out there, he can basically give you a little more info just because he was actually out there riding around with law enforcement.
Correct.
Okay. Which we already know. And so he's is he kind of like, because I know there was a part where we couldn't hear you because of all the construction, and then the front of the truck was he already talking about that and how that's why the focus was still on the pond, because he was riding around with them and they were pointing out
Well, in my head, I was like, okay, the dog's tracked here. So this, at the time, like this is the last place he was at. So I was like, okay, this is ground zero, basically. So I was like, well, the search has to start from here, regardless of who is searched, what has been searched. This is where I have to start. And then roughly knowing how dogs work, and then the water and how water actually holds scent. And then after I showed him where I was at as far as taking the picture, because I was wanting to start here. And then I can't exactly say how the conversation got to this point, but I just letting him give me info.
Okay. And just still okay. So he's talking about riding around, being able to give you more stuff.
Yeah, that was all. Like I didn't pry like that. I didn't even.
No.
I don't think I asked hardly any questions. But
no, I mean, because in that position, you're just trying to soak up all the information you can, and you want them to give you.
Yeah. Plus,
you don't want to stop them from giving you the information they want to tell you.
Exactly. And I'm like, I'm not gonna interject. I'm not gonna disagree. That's not my place. Like whatever he wants to tell me, it is what it is. That's it. And I'm like, someone's going through a hard time. I'm gonna say that loosely, but your kid's missing. I'm like, I'm not here to pry. I'm not here to do anything like that.
Right, because you're not.
Exactly.
Okay. And let me see here. We got a couple more minutes. And we'll see what else here. I might pause it again just to clarify real quick.
I'm not going public with it.
No.
Quite honestly. I'm tired of the BS and the rumors.
That's what I kept trying to tell everybody. I was like, it's the kid. I said he left the house, and then the internet went crazy with rumors and speculation. And I was like, I don't go off of rumors. I go off of what we got now. And I said something about that pond. I said, and it just stopped. I said, so that's where I want to go. That's where I want to search and try to figure this out.
So to work backwards from the pond, okay, if you were to walk from the pond, go straight up into the construction site, you'll see where they cut the road and it turns left. If you walk that all the way back, runs you to our subdivision.
Okay.
If you go down Kellen, all the way down to Stafford, and walk down towards Stafford toward our house. From our house, if you're looking at my house, I'm going to tell you where the dog scent went. They started on the front porch.
Okay.
Goes off the front porch. The dogs cut to the right. They go all the way down the side of the house along the fence.
So they went to the back side, or that
right
to the north.
If you're looking at my house,
okay,
it's going to be the right-hand side. The dog goes all the way down the fence. The dog comes all the way back up into the yard, and then it cuts diagonally to the house next door to us through their backyard, and that is the direction which the dogs take off. Now after that, that's where they get over to the main road, go up Kellen, and head over to the other subdivision.
Okay.
Okay, so
based off some videos that are public, isn't it crazy how he precisely explains how the dogs tracked and like where they went?
Yeah, and pretty much gives you a direction too, if I'm hearing it correctly.
Oh yeah, like
after it was going through the backyard, it was northeast.
Yeah.
Or northeast, really. More of a northeast angle.
So I mean, it gives you exactly where cameras should have picked something up at, if there was, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like I can tell you 100% like in his voice from the information that he's given me. Like I'm not like a truth analyzer or a voice person detector, but I've talked to a shit ton of people when people are full of shit, when people are lying or people are telling the truth, and I feel like from his heart he is given 150% truth as far as the information that he has known or witnessed or seen. He is speaking like truth.
Yeah,
like as far as he's like in his heart,
detailed, and
yeah, he is speaking the truth. And it's like boom, 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 and like I couldn't have asked for like just better facts, I guess, if that makes sense. At this point, I was like, okay, I could tell dude was just spitting facts because he didn't have to think about it.
Well, yeah, he didn't even tell you it went to the backyard and then went up this direction. He told you that it went around here along the fence, right around here, up to the neighbor's yard, then in this direction. bam, 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 bam. So I see what you're saying.
There was
'Cause,
no like and or this. Like it was just like just full force. That's why I wanted to. Like there's no way I could remember all that. Like no way.
that's what he was told from. Or wait, was that what he was told from law enforcement, or is that
You'd have
what?
to back it up, but I just meant from.
Yeah, because I think he was telling you about what he was riding around,
I
and
think he
he
was.
could give you more info. Maybe it was when he was riding around in the truck, and he's like, "Yeah, he went from here, and then they kind of pulled around, and then went to, kind of showed this way, drove up to Kellen, where that the intersection that is the roads kind of there's a cul-de-sac on one side, Kellen, and then there's two roads that end in a dead end, and the one's about to be connected to the construction area. Yeah, let me see if I can try and hear that, if it was something that he was actually shown, because you're right. When he's talking about it, he's like boom, 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 and it's these different
He's not.
directions.
He's not adding, if that makes sense. Like he
Yeah.
just like from memory or something like that, or like recalling, or I don't know. There's like a way when people like. I have a hard time talking as it is, but if I'm like, dude, you'll never like if I'm telling you something that I seen or witnessed, or I don't know. There's just a way people communicate, and I feel like he was being 100% forthcoming. Is what I was trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah, no, no, no. I know what you're saying. Yeah. Just the directions and all that. I'm just curious if is that was he was shown, or was he actually, cuz
Yeah,
that would have to be like early that, when you're well, I don't know, maybe I don't was he there yet when the
that
dogs
I don't know. I just
so
know
maybe
that.
it was when he was riding around in the truck. And they were like basically, but still that's pretty, to recall that in the memory. That's like bam, 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 bam. You almost have to listen to it a couple times and then map it out, on the, on a map or whatever, to try and draw it out, because it sounds like it went to the backyard, down along that fence, then back into the backyard, then over to the neighbor's yard, and then up into the northeast. So it was, it's not something as general as yeah, it was in the backyard, and then it went northeast towards the direction of where that four-way stop is up there on the top of Kellen. But I'll go ahead. I'm gonna rewind it here, and we'll see if it was something that he was shown, or if he mentions about while he was riding in the vehicle.
Okay.
So, and they even drained it and still walked it.
Okay. So they actually walked it. I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that is actually information that was told to me by law enforcement.
Yeah. So they actually.
Because I went on me and law enforcement, they could put me in a vehicle.
Right.
Drove me around, showed me a bunch of stuff. I'm the only one that they've done that with.
Okay.
So I can actually give you a little bit more information than what everybody's out there running their mouth.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going public with it.
No.
Quite honestly, I'm tired of the BS and the rumors.
That's what I kept trying to tell everybody. I was like, it's, the kid. Anyway, I said he left the house, and then the internet went crazy with rumors and speculation. And I was like, I don't go off of rumors. I go off of what we got now. And I said something about that pond. I said, and it just stopped. I said, so that's where I want to go. That's where I want to search and try to figure this out.
So to work backwards from the pond, okay, if you were to walk from the pond, go straight up into the construction site, you'll see where they cut the road and it turns left. If you walk that all the way back, runs you to our subdivision.
Okay.
If you go down Kellen, all the way down to Stafford, and walk down towards Stafford toward our house. From our house, if you're looking at my house, I'm going to tell you where the dog scent went. They started on the front porch.
Okay.
Goes off the front porch. The dogs cut to the right. They go all the way down the side of the house along the fence.
So they went to the back side, or that
right
to the north.
If you're looking at my house,
okay,
it's going to be the right-hand side. The dog goes all the way down the fence. The dog comes all the way back up into the yard, and then it cuts diagonally to the house next door to us through their backyard, and that is the direction which the dogs take off. Now after that, that's where they get over to the main road, go up Kellen, and head over to the other subdivision.
Okay. I
I
know
mean, they've had dogs.
how many? Yeah, a lot of dogs.
But day one, there was 5 dogs. There was a Belgian Malinois, a blue heeler, 2 bloodhounds, and a blue tick.
I know with good dogs, like they'll do the track that's on the ground, and then if they smell a stronger scent in the air that's closer, they'll go to that direct scent. So if all the dogs were tracking actually on the ground, then I feel like this is the play, like the spot to figure it out. Because if he would have cross tracked, like actually like headed back, they should have been able to pick up on it, like a good dog.
So in the 8 days of the very intense searching, in the 8 days, on day one, the 5 dogs did that. Out of the 8 days, three different dogs from 3 different groups went to that same area, that same set. On day one, 2 of those dogs did the same path.
Okay.
Whoa, so he's saying after 8 days, 2 out of the 3 dogs that were out there from different groups, 2 of those dogs hit the same path as the dog did on the first day. Did I hear that right?
That should be right. He goes on to talk about, I think he goes on to talk about how some of the dogs did some weird tracks, but it was only like a couple, but the majority of them did like this, went in the same vicinity.
Yeah,
That's
I'm gonna
yeah.
rewind that.
That's why the whole, man, I just have a hard time with, the narrative of they did or didn't.
Huh. Okay, well, I'm gonna go back. We'll listen to this part again.
Because you got law enforcement saying one thing, but then you have
Yeah, because
some good details on how dogs work, and I know how they work.
Well, you're talking March 26th. That's way after any of this stuff took place.
Don't hold me to this, but NPWADA, this is like the National Police Working Dog Association. I don't know this 100%, but I do know that they'll go out and lay like week-old tracks or 2-week-old tracks, something like that, something to that effect. And then your dog has to go track that old trail or the old scent. So anyway.
Well, and with that many people walking around in the neighborhood creating fresh foot traffic, I'm surprised that 8 days later, 2 out of the 3 dogs would have. I mean, that's a lot of traffic. And then even after he said extensive searches, there was a lot of searches those first 8 days. There's a lot of people, especially walking, in the house, not in the house, but around the house, the neighborhood, in the path of those, especially if there's still 8 days later, hitting on the trails. I don't know. That's just, you would think if you're that focused on that area and those trails that there would have been a lot of foot traffic in 8 days, right?
Yeah, there would have been, but I mean, the right dog, it doesn't matter how many people, but then it just depends on, I mean, there's so many damn variables. You got to train your dog regularly, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll listen to it again. But that's what it sounded like to me. 2 out of the 3, 8 days later, walked the exact same path as the first initial dog on the day that he was reported missing.
I know with good dogs, like they'll do the track that's on the ground, and then if they smell a stronger scent in the air that's closer, they'll go to that direct scent. So if all the dogs were tracking actually on the ground, then I feel like this is the play, like the spot to figure it out. Because if he would have cross tracked, like actually like headed back, they should have been able to pick up on it, like a good dog.
So in the 8 days of the very intense searching, in the 8 days, On day one, the 5 dogs did that. Out of the 8 days, three different dogs from 3 different groups went to that same area in that same set. On day one, 2 of those dogs did the same path.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that was the Bloodhound and the Bluetooth.
It was probably the better dog.
Yeah, those 2 were probably the better ones. Now, the guy, man, I can't remember this guy. I called him Michael, but I think they call him Michelle.
Okay.
He's French. He's out of North Carolina, I believe, and he trains.
He teaches, he trains trainers or canine handlers.
Yes. They brought his dogs out, and one of his dogs did that same path.
Huh, one of his dogs did the same path? And that's part of the 3 different groups that he's talking about.
Yeah, why do you think that? This conversation makes everything that is public hard for me.
Yeah, because this conversation was basically a week and a day or 2 after Ken Widener came out stating that there was no.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was always like, man, I just have to talk to like a couple of the dog handlers, and I could tell you what I think the truth is, but I can't sit here and go against law enforcement about what they're saying. So
Right. Yeah.
But my heart, my instinct, as far as like, man, if you ever seen dogs work,
yeah, they're focused
based off of what he's telling me in here. It's like, and then anyway, I'm gonna put together a video of my dog working when he was a puppy, and then there's some sadness to it too because he has issues, but
yeah, he
so smart. Like, anyway, it's frustrating. That's why they wonder where the damn misinformation in this case comes from. It's kind of easy. I'm not going to sit here and blame law enforcement, but anyway, misinformation, and then they get mad about credible sources. It's like, y'all need to look in the mirror. Have some damn briefings. Anyway.
Yeah, like who was the last person to see him in
just
the morning hours?
Little key details that
in Stafford,
people are picking up on, and it makes you question, what the truth is. Like, obviously, we all want Sebastian brought home, but to get there, you got to be able to put together the little pieces, the little breadcrumbs. And if the breadcrumbs are tainted, it's going to make that a lot harder to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like some of these other shows out here that just are all negative and twist and manipulate stuff and
mustard sandwiches.
Right, exactly. You just don't even pay any mind. But yeah, when it comes to that, I mean, you expect, the truth, which I'm gonna take it as, listen, when you hear Ken Widener say that, and listen, I'm not saying what they're saying in the last scene is wrong either. Listen, I'm not even saying that he disappeared on the 25th or either. When you're looking at the words, okay, he disappeared on the 26th. Okay, just like there was no dog hits. But when you listen to the last account of who seen him and the time that she last saw him, and you look at the accounts of what's being stated as the last time he was seen, it should say the residence and the night of, because that was the last time, not that morning.
It should say something along the lines of he was last seen in his house, in his residence, yada yada. Not
the night of, the night of wearing this. But when you're saying last seen in the area of Stafford, well, then it may, when you look at the wording, it's like, well, then who saw him if it wasn't? Because when he went to bed, it was way before the 20. There's a lot of time before the 26th. The clock ticked over to the 26th. There's a lot of time in between that period. So, which is it? When was he last seen? The 25th at night in his house, or 26th, the morning of the 26th, somewhere in that neighborhood? And like they were saying in the dispatch audio, somebody talks about witnessing something, and so maybe that's where they went with it and figured out, just like the dog hits. A month later, he can come out and say, Ken Widener can come out and say, there was no dog hits, there was no trails for Sebastian. Just like that information, after time, maybe they figured out, okay, as we're looking into it, obviously he wasn't seen or witnessed. So then you would think that there would be a change in the in what's written and the date, based on, okay, well, we found this out to be factual, we didn't find it out to be factual. Like, what
Yeah, exactly.
what is it?
You would come out with something.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, we'll get to the rest of this. There's just like a minute and a half or so here.
From what I was told, that's why I was like, well, there we go, folks. That's why out of all the dogs, there was at least 3 consistent hits that do that.
Right.
Happened.
Three consistent.
The strongest, most recent scent.
And there was a couple dogs, like one dog went over to Long Hole Pike and got there and he lost his scent. The rest of the dogs all picked up scent, but then they go in all different directions and they lose.
Well, I appreciate your information, and I'm gonna try to figure this out and keep on.
What did he just say about Long Hollow Pike?
He had mentioned that one of the dogs tracked to Long Hollow Pike and then lost the scent.
Long Hollow Pike. That's
But specifically on where that was, I have no idea.
Is that the road where the high school is? What? Long Hollow Pike. Is that?
Like, if I was from the area, I could tell you,
Where I'm looking here on the map too.
I mean, Long Hollow Pike.
I mean, it
road.
sounds, yeah, it's familiar, but it's like,
where at, though? Like, where did it stop? I have no idea.
And all the names blend in together, even with Briley, I had to be like, bro.
Long Hollow Pike is 174, but where along Long Hollow Pike, I don't know, because he didn't say that. He just said they tracked to Long Hollow Pike and they lost the dog lost the scent or the trail. So, whether they went east or west, I have no idea. Or like where it stopped.
Hold on.
I mean, Long Hollow Pike's a pretty good route. Unless he just means they tracked from the neighborhood to the Long Hollow Pike that's near their house, and then that was it. But I don't know. He doesn't say that, so I don't know.
Hold on, Oh, okay, here it is. Yeah, that's probably about 10 minutes to the southwest. Yeah, Goodlettsville. Goodlettsville right there. And then it goes all the way up Shackle Island. So, it's the street that's right in front of Kellen. Okay.
Yeah, but
why was it telling me it was something else a minute ago?
Google's weird, but it's 120 or 174. I don't know.
So with this dog hit, instead of it tracking up to the northeast, this dog hit actually went south. And what's crazy is an offender lived in that area at the time.
Did they move?
I don't know I just remember from back then, it was maybe, I don't know. I don't know if they still do now, but it was, gosh, when was it? It was like the first month during maybe the first couple weeks of our searches, actually. Yeah, we found out that there was an offender right there at the end of the T section there, Long Hollow Pike. So that's interesting. When did he say that one Was that during the 2/3 dogs?
I don't remember, man. There's so much information as far as the dogs and tracks and.
Yeah, let me rewind it. Let me see here. 8 days, very intense. So he's going to talk about 2 of the 3 dogs. And then after that, then he's going to bring up the Long Hollow Pike.
On day 1, the 5 dogs did that. Out of the 8 days, 3 different dogs from 3 different groups went to that same area in that same set. On day 1, 2 of those dogs did the same path.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that was the Bloodhound and the Blue Tooth.
It was probably the better dog.
Yeah, those 2 were probably the better ones. Now, the guy, man, I can't remember this guy. I called him Michael, but I think they call him Michelle.
Okay.
French. He's out of North Carolina, I believe, and he trains.
He teaches he trains trainer or canine handlers.
Yes. They brought his dogs out, and one of his dogs did that same path. From what I was told, that's why I was like, well, there we go, folks. That's why out of all the dogs, there was at least 3 consistent hits that do that
right.
path.
And then what are the strongest path? Yeah, the strongest.
You're muted.
So 2 dogs, 3 hits. So that means one of the dogs not only went northwest and followed that same path, but also that same dog then went south and stopped at Long Hollow Pike.
Yeah.
And if it stops at Long Hollow Pike, that would mean that somebody picked him up at Long Hollow Pike, usually.
Yeah, typically whenever you're like I've been with handlers before where you go 2 miles and then all of a sudden you come to a roadway and it's just like poof, gone. It's because they got in a vehicle. So that would make sense. If they stopped at the Long Hollow Pike Road near their subdivision and it approached the dog approached the roadway, that would make sense.
Well, this is what don't make sense is you think that the dog that would have went to Long Hollow Pike wouldn't have been the same dog that followed the trail path that the first dog did, or the dog did on the first day.
I can explain that one. So like,
Yeah,
for
go ahead.
example, this is just from my experience. One day I was practicing with my dog. I told the person to go to a certain area and they thought I was talking about a different area. Well, I was also trying to critique my dog a little bit. So I kind of got him a little fired up, gave him the SIN article. We went, and then so we went in the direction I was letting the dog work. He came up to a roadway and stopped and turned around in a 90. And I was like, okay, I'm going to correct him, which you're not supposed to do, by the way. You're not really supposed to correct them if they're on a scent. And I tried to get him to cross the road, and this was off the lead. And he would kind of start to do what I wanted him to do. And he was like, finally, he said, no, F you. He literally laid down on the ground and would not move. And I'm like, all right, fuck it. I was like, do it. He got up and he went in a total opposite direction and then found her. So, and then dogs will correct themselves, by the way, like depending if there's a stronger scent. So like there's I can't think of what it's called. So like if a dog's tracking, there's like tracking and trailing. There's a difference, but if a dog is on a scent, some dogs will literally, if you do a circle, like or like an X in a yard or something, the dog will follow that trail. Other dogs will be like, they'll stick their head up and they'll literally follow the strongest scent. So they won't necessarily take the exact path that you went, if that makes any sense. So
the freshest.
So later on, if that dog, like I can't tell you how a dog thinks, but if the scent was stronger or different, the dog would have went that way. Like it wouldn't necessarily mean that the dog would track the exact same spot every time. It would some dogs go to the like you just said, the freshest, most strongest scent. So that makes sense to me.
That's interesting. When it
Unless part of it died, I don't want to say died off, but
well, I mean, he says it was the path, and then it just stopped right there. Let me check it out one more time.
Yeah, those two were probably the better ones. Now, the guy, man, I can't remember this guy. I called him Michael, but I think they call him Michelle.
Okay.
He's French. He's out of North Carolina, I believe, and he trains.
He teaches, he trains canine handlers.
Yes. They brought his dogs out, and one of his dogs did that same path. From what I was told, that's why I was like, well, there we go, folks. That's why out of all the dogs, there was at least 3 consistent hits that do that
Right.
path.
And then went to the strongest path, the strongest, most recent scent.
And there was a couple dogs, like one dog went over to Long Hole Pike and got there and he lost his scent. The rest of the dogs all picked up scent, but then they go in all different directions and they lose.
Well, I appreciate your information, and I'm gonna try to figure this out and keep on working at it. And if I get anything, I'll let you know.
Yeah, that guy I sent you his info, Ken Wagner.
Okay.
He's the EMA director for Summit County. He was the one, I guess, they were doing. He was responsible for the ground searching and the waterways and the caves and everything.
Okay.
If you can reach out to him, he can give you more details as far as like the water,
what's been covered.
Yeah, and the caves and stuff. He'll probably even show you, maybe, I don't know, but I would reach out to him and he will give you the best physical aspects of the search that took place. He's the one that was in charge of it.
Okay, I can do that.
All right, man.
All right.
If you need something,
I'll give you a call.
okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
You're muted.
All right, I was just trying to keep the music down as we we're listening to that. But yeah, hey, reach out to me if you need something, if you find something. So he probably just assumed that after the search, there was nothing there.
Yeah, there was no reason to pry. I mean, he gave me information, but like for my experience, I don't care if 1 million people search an area. I'm gonna if the direction that I'm going deems that I need to search this area, I don't care if it's been searched 1 million times. I'm still gonna search it. I was just hoping that he would give me more of just more information on where Sebastian liked to go, or like what he liked to do.
Well, he seemed pretty focused on that pond.
He was.
Then also, when it comes to Long Hollow Pike, I'm surprised there wasn't because you don't know the area, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, at all.
And with where it ended at Long Hollow Pike, there might be some woods back over, unless that's maybe I don't know. Did he? No, that was the only call you had with him.
Yeah,
or he didn't even answer it in the text message. So, yeah, it's like maybe there'd be like, yeah, there's some woods back over here. You might have to, here's
just
that house right there.
We used to have depending on which area I was at, but we had a bunch of woods that me and some friends and stuff would play in all the time. That's what I was hoping for, is like just little stuff like that. Or like if you had a fort, like we used to have forts. We used to play in certain creek beds. But he was more focused on the tracks, which I 100% get, and that's based off of that information is how I proceeded to search.
Right, man.
I just feel like he was very he really wants his son back. I guess that was my takeaway from the conversation. I was just frustrated with the conversation, and that's why I don't like to get too close to family.
Yeah. Was there anything more during that time period with the PI based off that pond or the end of Long Hollow Pike? Because she, they were wanting you to go to that area as well,
We searched.
right?
I can't tell you the location, but we searched some private properties, and then technically 3 or 4 ponds on one area or multiple properties technically, and then one area that needs to be searched, but no one's going to search it because they don't want anybody on their property no matter what.
Yeah, they're not given permission.
I will say that property that needs to be searched is in between Sebastian's house, an area that you and me searched.
Yep.
And it would make sense to search that area, but they won't let anybody on the fucking property.
Nope.
And that part makes sense.
Yeah, it's a very, it's the part
It
of
is close to the house.
Yeah, it's a part of the woods that would be very key to take a look for sure.
But they don't want anybody there.
Nope. And there's even,
and I think other people recently, I don't want to say recently, but within the past couple months have probably tried to search that area. No one's went public with that, but I guarantee you if they're searching like we have been, it would make sense that they would have tried to search that property. And I've not seen any pictures, aerials, nothing, or videos. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you in the background.
You're good.
Why that is, but yeah, I was just curious about that. I wanted to when it comes to the first couple interviews that we're going to check out, we're going to get into this part. I just kind of wanted to, I was going to cover the call last, but then as we were getting and talking about it, and I'm like, oh, I wanted to kind of just transition into that call instead and change it around a little bit. And
oh yeah, absolutely, dude. It's still
it's
still good information to have. Right, because Sebastian's not been found. And to me, that's ground zero still. Like, it's just hard to make sense whenever people.
I just don't understand how all them dogs did all that, and Ken Widener's telling.
That's what I mean.
Ken Widener's saying there was none.
Yeah, like none at all. The end. Don't question it. That's what it pisses me off. Just
and it's not like law enforcement not to like if they really did have a trail for Sebastian, that's something you want to promote because that's adding to your investigation and adding more
well, it's also adding to your investigation by saying there's not a trail.
Yeah.
In a
sense. It's a positive promotion instead of a negative promotion when it comes to it, because really you're like, sorry, there's no trail. Well, hey, there's trails. He went this way.
In my head though, like they say there's no, like, so I'm not saying this, but law enforcement has said there's no trail, right? So then for as far as the information that we got publicly, the mom says they made it back to the house. Correct? Like that's the information we have. Like I can't speculate, theorize. I'm just going off of the info that has been debunked or not debunked technically. The information that's out there. I'm not saying this is from me, but and then you got law enforcement saying that there was no track, no trail of Sebastian. So in my head, that would mean you would have to have been drove out of there. Right?
Yeah.
So and then law enforcement's getting mad about credible sources, misinformation. Like they should have came out and corrected all this, like in an actual, like just debunk everything. I don't know.
Even just a newer update. You know what I'm saying?
An update.
I mean, just like the dog hits. We heard the dog hits, and then they were it can't,
Well, they're talking
later on. They're like, no, there wasn't. It's kind of one of those things. It's not that people will make mistakes, or certain things might look this way and it gets put out this way, but then it, they learn more, and it's like, okay, well, no, it wasn't.
Well, people are talking like mad sus about painting narratives or putting the parents in a bad light or saying people are guilty or not guilty. And when law enforcement says credible sources and they get mad about people coming up with theories, well, those theories are coming from law enforcement releasing that information by saying there's no track,
Or not
in my
releasing.
opinion, or not
you know?
releasing it.
Yeah.
But by them saying so, you're painting that narrative. You're painting that picture that he didn't walk away from the house because they are saying he didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no track. So you're literally saying he didn't walk out of the house is what they're saying by
Well,
saying that.
Katie was the last person to see him alive
And then you have the
before he
mom.
went to bed.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And when she woke up, did she say that she seen him? No,
Exactly.
she didn't. He was gone right away. That's when she noticed he wasn't in his room, wasn't in the kitchen.
It's
Went to go look for him outside the house. So yeah, it's like when things are worded a certain way, it can definitely lead to that kind. Because really, if you're, it's, I'm just, I don't know. I'm just gonna keep saying it. Like, if she was the last person to see him, and we're gonna watch these first couple interviews that they did, and you'll hear the stories and the events. That the events, she didn't last see him on the 26th. It was the 25th. So
100%. Because
right.
if I took my kid into bed at 9:00 at night, and it's the 25th, and I wake up at 6 in the morning, I didn't see him
No.
on the 26th. I seen him last night.
Yeah. And I would have seen him if I would have checked. Now, maybe
Yeah.
if, right, if the thud was after midnight and you got up to go check on him, okay. But still, you're saying in the area of Stafford, not inside his residence.
See, like when elderly people go missing, it's like typically, not every case, but it's like Jimmy was last seen at his residence by his niece when they had coffee that morning or whatever. And
walking down such and such road
on this, and they'll say like it was on this camera. They'll specifically say like at this intersection. So, and like just little information that matters, and usually those people are found.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we'll listen to those. This is the first one where you just saw the hands. The first couple we're gonna check out are the local news ones. And if we should be able to have time to check out the Olivia one. If not, we'll check it out on the next show for sure. So this is like a 14-minute interview with a local news crew here.
Just to start, just so we have it on file, just both your first and last names and spelling.
Katie Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
Chris, Chris, last name's Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
So, I mean, first, just as parents, tell me what the last now over a week has been like for you two.
Horrible beyond words. This was an experience that I would have never dreamed would come. Honestly, I can't put words to how hard this has been and how much it hurts not knowing where my son is, where he's at, if he's okay. Just horrible is the best thing I can say.
What about for you?
It's rough. I mean, we are on day 11, no answers. And the horrible things that people say just keep rolling in, regardless of taking time to consider the facts and, assumptions is what they're going off of. But, for us, we sit here and we wait. We wait, and hopefully we'll get an answer, or hopefully he walks through our door, which would be amazing.
I was going to say, how badly do you both want Sebastian to just walk through that front door to get that call?
I'd give anything. In a heartbeat, I would give anything.
It's not measurable. Let's put it that way. There's no measurable. Anybody says all it is. You've never sat in these shoes. You've never been in this situation. And I don't ever wish for people to be in this situation.
And what's Sebastian like? What's his personality like? What does he love to do?
He, for the most part, is happy. He likes to laugh and joke and tell you all about everything and then some. He loves games. He loves video games. He loves to play with his Legos. Even building things with me. We build little projects here and there, but he's always a character.
Are there any like weird tendencies that he has that might be able to help people find him in this search?
I don't know how helpful to finding him, but he fidgets constantly. He loves shiny pennies, paper clips. He's always like, whenever we go to the grocery store, he always looks on the ground and looks under the register counter, and he's always looking for shiny pennies everywhere. Paper clips. He loves to bend them out of shape and play with them, fidget with them. He loves playgrounds.
Thank you, Beach Bell.
We've said it before. He likes fishing and things like that. But
cats. Boy loves cats.
He does. He loves cats. It's his favorite animal.
There's a lot of stray cat. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna pause this real quick, bro. When we were out there, there's a lot of stray cats in that area too.
They were even over by the construction site.
Yeah. And if you love cats and it's your favorite animal, and you see a stray one running,
yeah, you'd go. I mean, a lot of them are feral, so they are gonna run.
Yeah. What's up, everybody? Thank you for hopping in.
There are no leads, nothing caught on video. Your son has been missing for 11 days now. How does that make you feel as parents?
I mean, I don't have words to describe how I'm feeling right now. I mean, every day is harder than the last. I mean, we're out, we're looking, we're trying to make sure that everyone stays looking and doesn't let his face fall to the bottom of a feed or get covered by some other nonsense. I mean, we just want our boy home.
When you walked in Monday morning and didn't see Sebastian in his room, what was your gut reaction?
My very first reaction was, oh, he got up and got breakfast. But when I realized he actually wasn't in the house, I've never experienced sheer panic in the way that I did. And basically for every minute since.
That's weird because the kitchen's not very big at all. And supposedly the bedroom's on the opposite side of where Sebastian's room is.
Yeah, so you would have to cross that.
You walk by the kitchen, it's not very big, wouldn't you notice?
Yeah. I mean, I would. Like, our kitchen is opposite. It's by itself.
Yeah.
So if you have to cross the kitchen to get to the bedroom, you would think you would notice. But if you're tired,
yeah, you have to pass the kitchen, you know. So wouldn't you like, oh hey, what's going on? You know,
yeah, like cereal's being poured or something's being cooked or microwaved or the fridge has been opened or.
You know what it tells me? It tells me that when she woke up, she was probably really groggy.
That's what I was thinking. Like you just on autopilot waking up. Hey, it's time to go to school. Routine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've done stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, really groggy. Okay. I just wanted to discuss that real quick too.
That not knowing where your child is a pain that
Well, it is. It is. It's definitely odd when, I mean, think about. Okay, so you all know how like suspicious as hell Chris Watts was, right? Standing in front of the camera, arms crossed, fidgeting, looking around, like, dude, what the hell is going? It's not your normal sit down with a news crew. You see the people that you're talking to. Mainly, a lot of the times, you don't even see the reporter. You just see the video of the people that you're talking to. And so that, yeah, it's odd, of course, to have the interview where it's the only other person I seen that wasn't uh facing the camera
Dude, you're right.
was Letitia Stouch. She had her back to the camera when she was talking to local media. Other than that, what parents don't like,
I didn't even realize that.
yeah, like what parents don't get on camera?
Well, I've been on like talking to the news people, and I was under the impression that we're in the news. The reporter and myself are in the same shot, like we're in the same frame. But they got me mic'd up. They ask specific questions typically, and then I see it later on, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm sitting there by myself.
Yeah, they're normally focused on you. They might come back to the reporter,
Yeah, do
here
the
and
thing.
there, just a couple things or something. But really, and you'll see with these other interviews, it's focused on them.
Just on them.
So yeah, so Grombie Girl's right. Like honestly, I don't remember any interview with any loved ones. It doesn't even have to be mom and stepdad. I've never seen friends of loved ones not get on the camera or just show their hands or something like that. Normally they're right up front and center right from the get-go. So yeah, it is you're right, Gromby. It definitely is odd, always has been. Because I don't remember another. I really don't. Or even family or loved ones of potential victims or missing people or anything that did the same thing, where their face wasn't on the camera. Usually it's focused on the faces on any of these programs or local news.
I've never known pain like this before.
And walk me through the events that happened, from Sunday leading up to Monday when you didn't see him that morning.
Sunday, we were out and about. We had a really good day. We were out doing our thing, running around. We had dinner that evening. And when we came home, we had a pretty good evening together as well. He was playing right up until bedtime, and then some. I let him stay up a little late. And when I told him to go to bed, he's like, I love you, Mom. I love you, puppies. And he went to bed. And I went to bed around midnight. Everything seemed fine. And when I went to wake him up for school, that's when I couldn't find him. He wasn't in.
Okay, I'm going to rewind it just a minute because
what happened sorry, man.
Go ahead.
Whatever happened to the I don't remember. I don't recall what she said exactly in one of the other interviews, but what happened to the thud?
Well, she says right here she went to bed about around midnight, which we know. She's telling you that what 15-year-old child's bedtime is midnight or after midnight on a school night?
I mean, if I'm being bad and no one knows I'm awake. But yeah, my mom always had us in bed at 9, or supposed to be in bed at 9.
Yeah.
And that was late because we were always tired.
So we did this, we had a good night. He went to bed, and then I went to bed around midnight, but I didn't mention the thud. So did the thud
What do we know
come
what
after
time
midnight?
he went to
It
bed?
was it's like between 9 and 10, I thought, right? If somebody knows the exact
I'm just
time,
trying.
drop it in chat. I don't recall the exact time.
I'm trying to put that together because I remember like this is just my experience, but even with my kids, like if they go to bed, like you get put away, right, and then parents go to bed like a couple hours later, hour later, 30 minutes later, we'd always get checked on one more time. I don't know if that's like a normal thing or my mom was just paranoid or like I'm paranoid because like I'll put my kids to sleep, go watch the news or go eat something, and then before I go to bed, I check on them again just to make sure. I just
Yeah.
okay, they're in there, they're sleeping, they don't need nothing. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if that's a norm.
No, no. Well, I mean, I did the same thing, man. It's just you want to double check before.
Or just like it would even be like, hey, good night. Like just whatever.
Yeah.
Like just a peek.
Yeah, yeah. Especially, when it's that young, it's always good to check. I don't know. I just did it. I didn't even really. I just did it as.
You just did it.
Well, yeah, because we were dealing with a lot of
Yeah.
kidnapping threats and stuff like that. The whole restraining order period of 6 years that we had to have out on her mom. Because of all that. So I might have kind of went, oh, I know I was overprotective at certain points just because of, that one moment where you're not paying attention or you're looking the other way or something. And next thing she was just waiting because she would tell me this. She'd be like, yeah, I'm just going to drive up on this road and I'm going to grab her and throw her. She'd be descriptive too. Like, I'm going to grab her and throw her in the back seat and this. And we're going to, I'm
Paint the
like,
picture for you. That way you're freaking out.
bro, she was even calling the school and the police department, bro, telling them that she was going to come kidnap her, dude. It was nuts. Yeah. It's an interesting time. So I probably, to me, it probably is normal because I did the same thing. I was always checking, but I don't know. It was a different kind of experience for me just because, typically in that situation, you have the other parent's help. And I didn't have nothing. And in fact, she was the one that was creating a lot of the chaos that we had to kind of go through and and deal with. So I don't know. I just to me it's automatic, but there's people like you didn't have to worry about that. So it's maybe I don't think it would be not normal though. I'm sure there's a lot of people that even if they send their kids to bed and they know they're probably sleeping, they still, double check. I would just think that. But I don't know. I just lived my life experience when it comes to, you know, that stuff, and everybody has their own experience, but I think it'd be normal. All right, but yeah, I kind of wanted to hear this again because yeah, you don't hear a thud, but then you hear did this, sent him to bed, let him stayed up a little too late. Then I went to bed around midnight.
Sunday, we were out and about. We had a really good day. We were out doing our thing, running around. We had dinner that evening. And when we came home, we had a pretty good evening together as well. He was playing right up until bedtime, and then some. I let him stay up a little late. And when I told him to go to bed, he's like, I love you, Mom. I love you, puppies. And he went to bed. And I went to bed around midnight. Everything seemed fine. And when I went to wake him up for school, that's when I couldn't find him. He wasn't in his room.
Do you guys see? I'm going to take the closed captioning off, okay? When she starts describing that night, watch the chest, watch the local news lady, how much she starts taking really deep breaths, okay? That's a sign that your blood pressure's going up. You're kind of feeling this uncomfortable feeling going through you. You know what I'm saying? Like you're nervous. You're like, I don't buy this. Oh my gosh, this is right in front of me. You see what I'm saying? Watch what I'm gonna we already heard this part, but watch, I'm gonna show you like her chest as she's getting into here. I'll rewind it a little more. Watch how her deep breathing just gets really strong as she's going through what took place that night.
That
long breaths. You see, calm.
I've never known pain like this before.
See, it's calm and
walk
long
me through
breath.
the events that happened, from Sunday leading up to Monday when you didn't see him that morning.
Now watch.
Sunday, we were out and about. We had a really good day. We were out doing our thing, running around. We had dinner that evening. And when we came home, we had a pretty good evening together as well. He was playing right up until bedtime, and then some. I let him stay up a little late.
See how it's quicker? Now watch this.
And when I told him to go to bed,
see how quick it is now?
Mom, I love you, puppies.
She right there, she wasn't trying to watch. Just right before she does that little jerk swallow, the breaths become very quick. Like
her breaths were very consistent to begin with, right? Just kind of normal, like you said. But then right there was almost like a double take, like boom, boom.
Yeah, long and smooth and calm, and then all of a sudden it starts to get a little quicker, and then the next few breaths before the that's where you see like the breaths are like woof woof woof. Watch.
Stay up a little late. And when I told him to go to bed, he's like, I love you, Mom, I love you, puppies. And he went to bed. And I went to bed around midnight. Everything seemed fine. And when I went to wake him up for school, that's when I couldn't find him. He wasn't in his room, and he wasn't in the house. And that's when I panicked.
And when you panicked, what'd you do?
First thing I did was call my husband, and I said, he's not here. My husband said, what do you mean he's not here? I said, he's not in the house. And he said, immediately just started, did you check here? Did you check there? Did you look here? And I ran through the house. And at that point, I was hysterical, for lack of a word. And we three-wayed the police. And I'm within minutes they were here. I couldn't tell you exactly how long. I know it was fast. And we haven't found him.
Not to cut it off.
When I get the phone.
No, go ahead.
And she keeps saying one time when I was a kid, I was given a verbal statement to the police, and the officer stopped, and he goes, stop talking. He goes, I'm going to give you a report to fill out. But he goes, you're going to tell me exactly what happened from A to B, and it better flow. Like whatever you're telling me, it better flow. Because he said, you're not recalling. He's like, you're adding, or you're thinking about it, or you're making it up as you're going. He goes, so it better flow. And I was like, damn, dude knows I'm fucking lying. I was like, damn. So I was 15 years old.
Yeah.
But he stopped me and was pissed because I kept like the guy was over here, and I woke up and heard a noise. I don't know. I get it. Like if you're like, I can't imagine with emotions and stuff, but damn.
Well, it's like, I mean, think about what Chris was telling you about the dog trails.
Yeah.
Bam, 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 bam.
It just
bam,
flows. That's why, like, I felt like Chris was talking from his heart or from firsthand knowledge.
My number one,
like events, like recalling events.
Yeah, because Katie, listen, he wasn't there, right?
Correct. Well, he wasn't there,
right? And the last person to see him disappears out of nowhere. I don't even know. She is the last person. So you got to automatically think whether you think, I mean,
it just
think about all the last person to see them and then there's nothing. What if this was a wife, right? Think about it. What if it was a wife, or what if it was a wife and her husband just disappeared? Supposedly walked out,
they're
right?
looking.
Supposedly walked out of the house. What if it was supposedly walked out of the house, no shoes.
Yeah, we know where that scenario's going. And we know
right?
what the police would be painting. Yeah. They'd be like, that wouldn't be good. Like that actually happens.
Yeah, the same kind of evidence. You just add a child into the mix. No left, no sign, no shoes on. It's just, it's natural.
They would be looking into cell phone records pretty quick just to see if there's anything going on. I believe in the scenario that you gave.
Well, with the phone call, there's no record of it. There's just a record of how long, where you were at when you made the call, and the timestamps. Other than that, there's no record of the conversation. So
yeah,
when you call right away, there's a timestamp of where each one was at during the phone call, GPS location, how long the phone call was, but then at the three-way call is interesting too. It would be like, if I'm at work, right? Did you call the police yet? No. Okay, well, not that you can't call when you're at work, but wouldn't you think that you would ask her to call because she was the last person to see him. She was the one that was supposed to go take him to school. She's the one that's supposed to give him breakfast.
So that part's not uncommon. I used to dispatch for 911, and you would get a lot of third-party calls. Not a lot, but there was a handful of third-party calls. Hey, I just got off the phone with my grandma, and she said that her car's gone. Like stuff like that, but...
No, not third-party, three-way calls.
Oh, they three-wayed it.
Yeah. Like they were already talking. She called him. They were talking on the phone. I can't find him. And they stayed together on the phone line and they did a three-way call to call in. That's what I'm asking. Like, so awesome. You did a lot of dispatch work. Did you ever come across that where there was two parties on the phone like that?
No.
Because
usually it's just no.
Right.
I've never had that happen. It's always third party. It's never been, hey, I got both callers on the line. It's always like, all right, what's their number? What's the address? What's happening? Where's your emergency? But never both. No, like not even once. I can't even think of other telecommunicators I work with that had that happen. I've had some weird stuff happen.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they didn't even call 911. They called the sheriff directly. It wasn't even a 911. It was a direct conversation to the sheriff.
So that call should have been recorded, by the way.
Well, it was a cell phone, I imagine. His own cell phone, which it's not going to be recorded unless he's in the office.
No, I meant so like whenever. So say you called your police department and it's ringing on your end. At some point in
Yeah,
time, like where I worked, you could
yeah,
hear ring. Like I could play back the recording, not 911, not a 911 call.
yeah,
I could play it back and listen to what you're saying as you thought the phone was ringing.
yeah. That's why I said he probably wasn't in the office. It was probably his personal,
Oh,
was out somewhere on, who
that's
knows where
weird.
he was at, wasn't in the office. So it
So it
would,
was with the sheriff, not the sheriff's office.
the sheriff directly. No,
See,
they
I
didn't.
got that misconstrued.
They didn't call nine. Yeah, the sheriff's office didn't open until 8. Like they did not. Yeah, they called an unrecorded line. It was like they didn't even call 911. They called directly to the sheriff. 3-way
See,
call.
that's weird, man. Like, cause even like we used to have some phone numbers that were unlisted, even that would get you directly connected to people, and they weren't recorded. But
Mhm.
it's weird that they knew that number. In my opinion,
Well, they were already, on that
yeah.
level. I mean, that's why he got to ride around. He got to ride around with law enforcement, and they were showing him different things. That's how he could give you, like he said in the call, he can give you more info than anybody.
So I see. I
Uh,
didn't know that. I always thought it was just they called the non-emergency line or something. Like
yeah.
I didn't know that they actually called the sheriff. So you're talking about the sheriff that's no longer here? Is that what you're saying? Or you're saying like specifically?
Yeah.
Oh, just on.
Yeah, it's just weird, man. It's like you would think you would call some kind of hotline or something. But you already know, just like anybody knows that there could be people that haven't called 911 or the police station, and they're already gonna know that it's recorded.
No, yeah, you should
9
assume.
times out of 10 is going to be recorded, and you could have never had to make a call before, and you already know. So that's what it was. When we just heard this, it was like, that's what always was weird to me too. Is like,
Man, I'm calling 911 because I'm not. The whole thing doesn't add up. I don't know.
yeah,
It doesn't
no,
mean I'm right at all, but just odd.
odd things, But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up real quick too.
Phone call that he was missing. Like she said, we asked questions like, where's he at? Check this, check that. And then we called the sheriff's department. I called the sheriff's department. I stayed on the phone pretty much most of the time. And then while I was at work, I asked for a relief. Got a relief.
Okay, because I thought they came up to him and told him that they could tell that he wasn't acting normal and to go home, right?
That's what where'd that come from? Because I heard that too. Like it was
That's
like, yo,
that's what was said later on.
man. I don't understand. Okay, so just frustration point. I don't understand how the beginning of all this changes so many times. Like that's one of the things. Not to mention the confusion between, reputable sources. When sometimes you should reflect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just little teeny, just like the words of last seen in the area of Stafford. It's the words, man.
Yeah, and people read into. I mean, people read everything, so listen to every little detail.
Mm-hmm. He didn't call dispatch either, and Polly brings up a good point too. He didn't start work until 7 that morning.
You want to know what work
Huh?
at? Well, it depends on what trade you're in. It doesn't matter.
So, yeah, man. We'll rewind it just a skosh where it starts off. But yeah, it's like, wait a minute, I thought it was this, but this. Wait a minute, I thought he was last seen on the night of the 25th inside his home, but no, he was last seen
Yeah.
that
So,
morning in Stafford, in the area of Stafford.
hey, K-Mac had asked the former sheriff or Craddock.
Oh, I thought
That's what I was trying to ask too.
I thought it was Craddock.
If I were to guess, it probably was, but
No, I thought it was Craddock. What was the other one's name? I can't remember.
I don't know. I just remember seeing when
I can't
he
remember
passed.
his name. Yeah. Yeah, that was, gosh, how long ago was that? Like, it was
random.
It was a while ago.
Because whenever it came out, like I just seen the picture of them like their cars were giving them escort home or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Let's listen to this again. Crazy.
Like she said, we asked questions like, where's he at? Check this, check that. And then we called the sheriff's department. I called the sheriff's department. I stayed on the phone.
Called the sheriff's department. I stayed on the phone.
Pretty much most of the time. And then while I was at work, I asked for a relief. Got a relief. Got in my truck from Memphis and made my way to Nashville.
And that was, I guess, Monday?
The morning that he was missing, yes.
Okay. And so what was your reaction when you got that call from your wife that Sebastian was missing?
Initially, I was like, oh, he's goofing around again. Here we go. He's like hiding. And then when we talked about the places to check and he's not there, I was like, okay, stop. Instantly. Call the police. Instantly. I'm a black and white kind of guy.
And to your knowledge, he didn't take shoes with him, right? He locked the door on his way out. Or I guess, what are some of the things that you think he did as he left?
We checked for all of his shoes and none of them are missing. The door was locked.
And was there some discrepancy as to what he was wearing when he went to bed, or what was he last seen wearing? What was he wearing to bed that night?
When he went to bed, he was wearing black sweatpants with white stripes down the side. And he had on a black long sleeve black shirt with a print on the front. I'm pretty sure it was one of his
like Star Wars or Halloween or
even Minecraft.
Yeah,
those are the three main things.
It's the three things that majority is on his clothes.
Yeah.
Boy, he has his
Let me go back just a second here.
On the front. I'm pretty sure it was one of his
like Star Wars or Halloween or
even Minecraft.
Yeah.
She's looking at him like this is traumatic. If there's a print on your shirt, yeah, there might be just a few different options, but you should know what the print was, right? Like Star Wars, Halloween, Minecraft. That would be something that would like totally stick out in my mind of, you're remembering the stripes, you're remembering the print, but you don't know if it's Star Wars, Halloween, or Minecraft. Those are all completely different designs of t-shirts. They're Minecraft is block characters, Star Wars is space themed, and Halloween has specific colors. Like, and it doesn't look like Star Wars or Minecraft. None of them look like the other one. So how do you not? And she just mentioned Star Wars. He mentions Halloween. And then starts to kind of answer after it's like, right here.
Black shirt with a print on the front. I'm pretty sure it was one of his
like Star Wars or Halloween or
even Minecraft.
Yeah.
Or even Minecraft. He answers it for her.
I was gonna say, how does
Halloween.
he know?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry,
I
man.
was gonna say, like, how does he know? But I mean, if you know what kind of clothes he has, but I think he was just giving the variable, like it could be.
But why wouldn't he let her finish what the design was on the shirt, bro?
Man, I know.
You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like shit. She got a couple times. I'm gonna hurry up and jump in real quick. And
I know a woman attorney that she's a judge too, but like not really a judge. She does some stuff for the courts, and she would be a great person to ask the right questions, and especially if you're together, she'd make sure that whenever she asks that question, that person is answering. I don't know. The reason I even brought that lady out, I'm not gonna name drop, but I don't like her based off of the way she treats everybody. You're all the same, so she's gonna like. I mean, it's she will make you not like her. That's why I'm saying she's a good attorney / judge, because she doesn't have bias. I guess she just I would love to see someone like that question people.
Yeah, all steak, no fat.
Yeah, like she's not there to be your friend, and whatever the outcome is, it doesn't matter because she's there for the facts. Like that's how. But I just feel like something like that should have happened instead of
just like we are. There is no sides. It's really, like I said, it's one side, Sebastian. It's not this side or that side.
Trying to piece together the breadcrumbs,
exactly,
which is part of this. All the getting through the thick, to try to find Sebastian, and it ain't working.
Yeah, that's why that's why really we get bashed from both sides, because you got people on each side that'll sit there and talk negative or whatever, but it's just because it's like, look, we're trying to look at all theories, thoughts, and opinions and exclude what don't make sense and doesn't match, and regardless, like, and that's what it's about. That's why I've been saying, like, it's not this side or that side.
People get mad whenever, I don't want to say come up with a theory or an idea, but when you work at it at all angles, so then they get frustrated and say negative things. But it is about Sebastian. So in order for us to try to find him, we have to go through all ideas and all different angles and all theories as far as that would make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was he just kind of slipped in, and it wasn't that long either. It's almost like a second of getting caught up, and then I'm gonna slip in and mention a couple, and then kind of get her back on track, right?
And he had on a black long sleeve black shirt with a print on the front. I'm pretty sure it was one of his
like Star Wars or Halloween or
see,
that's when Grandma's twisting my arm underneath the table.
Like Star Wars, Halloween, and that's what it was like a second. It wasn't even that long. So what? Yeah, it's almost like after the two if she would have
one more.
If she would have started to say Star Wars, Halloween, it's almost like she would have got cut off in the beginning of the first syllable of the next word she was going to say or something. So that did
We're
stick out.
anticipating it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're 9 minutes through the 14-minute video and he's already heard the a lot. So after she starts talking, because look, right around this, just maybe 2 minutes before this, 3 minutes before this, that's when you saw her breathing real quick. You could see the half swallow because of being like, oh my gosh, this is really, you get into an uncomfortable situation. She's interviewed a lot of people, right? So she's going to have that normal feeling of the interview, and then she's going to have that feeling where, damn, something's odd. And you don't want to, it's almost like she didn't want to swallow because she wanted to like maintain focus, but because of her I guess a little bit of anxiety would make her kind of like want to swallow, but she didn't swallow the whole way. Right after this, after the whole I went here and we did this and then he went to bed and I went to bed, that's right after this where he's like, okay, I'm gonna help out with the t-shirt design. So if you go to, let's see, right here. So this is where the events that night are being explained, and then right after, it's kind of like going into the description of the clothes because it's part of this whole event, and then that's when it's like Star Wars, Halloween, not very long.
And I went to bed around midnight. Everything seemed fine. And when I went to wake him up for school, that's when I couldn't find him. He wasn't in his room, and he wasn't in the house. And that's when I panicked.
And when you panicked, what'd you do?
First thing I did was call my husband, and I said, he's not here. My husband said, what do you mean he's not here? I said, he's not in the house. And he said, immediately just started, did you check here? Did you check there? Did you look here? And I ran through the house. And at that point, I was hysterical, for lack of a word. And we three-wayed the police. And I'm within minutes they were here. I couldn't tell you exactly how long. I know it was fast. And we haven't found him.
See there, and then it's like, shit, she's getting stuck, right? That's a long pause right there. I'm telling it, and all of a sudden I'm like, shit, what else what else?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you exactly how long. I know it was fast. And we haven't found him.
When I got the phone call that he was missing, like she said, we asked questions like, where's he at? Check this, check that. And then we called the sheriff's department. I called the sheriff's department. I stayed on the phone pretty much most of the time. And then while I was at work, I asked for a relief, got a relief, got in my truck from Memphis and made my way to Nashville.
And that was, I guess, Monday?
The morning that he was missing, yes.
Okay. And so what was your reaction when you got that call from your wife that Sebastian was missing?
Initially, I was like, oh, he's goofing around again. Here we go. He's like hiding. And then when we talked about the places to check and he's not there, I was like, okay, stop. Instantly. Call the police. Instantly. I'm a black and white kind of guy.
And to your knowledge, he didn't take shoes with him, right? He locked the door on his way out. Or I guess, what are some of the things that you think he did as he left?
We checked for all of his shoes and none of them are missing. The door was locked.
And what was there some discrepancy as to what he was wearing when he went to bed, or what was he last seen wearing? What was he wearing to bed that night?
When he went to bed, he was wearing black sweatpants with white stripes down the side, and he had on a black long sleeve black shirt with a print on the front. I'm pretty sure it was one of his
like Star Wars or Halloween or
even Minecraft.
Yeah,
those are the three main things.
It's the three things that he's majority is on his clothes.
Yeah.
Boy has his flavors.
And obviously you guys are going through the unimaginable, and then, getting a lot of like the kickback that you've seen on social media. I mean, how much worse has that made it for you two to go through something like this?
Honestly, we stopped looking at it. There's a lot of terrible people in this world, and I don't want to waste energy on any of that. I want the focus on finding our son.
That part flows.
The facts
Yeah.
are the facts. I mean, the police.
Well, even when he was saying about the T-shirts, she started to flow again, but then said the and then all of a sudden, boom! It was like, whoa. But before that, it was like,
Yeah,
we just haven't been able to, so.
And this was 11 days.
11 days after, yeah. And then there's another local one, and that's where where's the infamous scratches on the arms interview with I can't remember the local news station. It's just weird.
Confused on how certain things took place, and this is 11 days. And a lot of things that they're saying doesn't really add up, because certain people have court dates now, and then somehow they were able to contact me. I don't know.
It's weird, bro. He said he made his way to Nashville, not Henderson, where he said he got.
That part I kind of get. You live so close to Nashville. I would say the same thing. It's like when I was with my dad in St. Louis, I would use the St. Louis address. Hey, I'm going to St. Louis. Dude did not live in St. Louis. He lived in a suburb outside of St. Louis, like Hendersonville. So,
yeah, because a lot of the times people will be like, "Where?"
I get that,
right?
Yeah, you're gonna just Nashville.
You name the closest, biggest city, so then you're not having to answer where.
Yeah, it's by Nashville.
Where's that?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay, hold on one second. There's another one too here. We'll get into. We'll save the Olivia one for the next show. This will just be the local ones here.
The facts are the facts. I mean, the police know the facts, and all I ask of anyone is, if they're able and willing, is to help find him, help spread his flyer, help look for him, call in if you know anything or see anything. But we just ask that people focus on finding Sebastian.
And he's never done anything like that before, right? Just kind of walked out of the house.
He's not a runner. This is not normal for him to run away. He's not a runner.
And any places, I guess, I know you guys have been told to stay in the house, right? Just in case he comes home.
We are doing what we've been asked to do by the law enforcement agencies and everybody involved. I am not going to divulge anything more than that.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to ask, I guess, next is, if you were to go out and search right now, if people want to help search, what types of places would you guys look at that he could maybe be at?
Anywhere and everywhere. At this point, it's
been 11 days. He could be anywhere.
Yeah. They've searched the woods. They've searched parks. They've searched creeks. They've searched, at this point, anything and everything.
Anywhere that he could be. staying out of the weather or getting food, or I mean, honestly, at this point he could genuinely be anywhere.
How hopeful are you two that he will come home?
I will never give up hope on finding my child.
Optimism is at its highest,
Our-
regardless.
Our son is out there. We're going to find him.
And now just, I mean, publicly, like obviously police are now investigating a landfill. People are speaking out about that. What are your thoughts about that?
Everybody has an opinion and their assumptions, and they are entitled to those. But as I've stated before, all we've asked people to do is to look at the facts, not what everybody's putting out there. If they have questions, call the law enforcement agencies, and they'll give you whatever they can give you. But the assumptions are just that. They are an assumption, your opinions. We pray for everybody, for hopefully this never happens to you. And if it ever does, then you'll understand. But I pray it doesn't.
And they're doing their job. They're looking everywhere they can their goal is the same. We just want to find him.
If you could say something to Sebastian, if he's listening right now, what would you say to him?
I would say that we love you and we miss you and we want you to come home. And just know that we all care about you so much.
You're not in trouble. That door's unlocked and waiting for you to come home. Your puppies miss you. Your family misses you. I miss you. Just come home.
Anything else that you two want to add or clear up or anything like that? Okay.
Just help us find our son.
So there's two things that stand out to me. Number one, where's the time he went to bed? Because that's something that I would mention if I'm telling my story of the events that took place, the time that he went to bed. Whether it was late or not on a school night, it don't matter. I put him, he went to bed about this time. I went to bed about this time, right? And another thing is this is 11 days after. One of the reasons why we, quote, haven't heard from her is because she has a hard time speaking in public and a lot of emotions. This is 11 days, man. Where's the tears flowing? Where's the sniffles and the blowing my nose and all this other stuff, bro? If we haven't heard because of too much emotion, where's it at 11 days later, bro?
That is an odd thing. Like, you can also don't.
11 days would have to be really hard, dude.
Like, sometimes people can hold it together for like 30 seconds, and then someone says like just one little word, and then you break down and cry, and it's like, I'm sorry, give me a minute.
Even if you're talking and you're not blowing your nose, you would think you'd still be having some kind of tears, even if they're not falling down your face. You think you would still have something which activates, your nasal passage, right?
Yeah, your body, you're sweating, cries, tears, ducks.
You're at least going to sniffle.
Your eyes would, watery. Like I said, I think some people could hold together for 30 seconds and then you just break down and it'd be over. I don't know. Especially 11 days. It's not like this is now.
Well, and you heard from Seth too, according to his account, when he first came into the house, she didn't have that kind of emotion.
Or hysterical.
She was more about, look, this is, shoving her phone, saying, look, here's him. I don't know where he's at. And And that's one of the things he mentioned, the lack of emotion. The lack of emotion here. The lack of emotion. But yet, because, especially us as parents, if our child's missing, we're going to be emotional. I mean, it just comes with it. And if you can't do interviews, because all of us would, and be screaming to the mountaintops, if you would use your own platform. I told people, I said, if my daughter went missing, my shit would be on 24/7. And it's either if I'm not bringing awareness on the desk, it's having a feed of photos of information that's going by. It's going to be 24/7, baby, but it's going to be having photos and descriptions and information that is getting like a billboard, but it's. And then when I'm here at the desk and we can talk about stuff, then we're going to talk about stuff. But literally, I would just have that thing constantly bringing awareness to descriptions, directions, photos. Call this number if you have tips. I would be my own damn billboard to help try.
You'd
Whether
be
I'm
doing everything,
sleeping,
anything you possibly can
right?
from all angles. You would, yeah, do everything that you possibly could.
It would mainly be, if I'm except for me getting on a little bit here and there, it'd mainly be just the on replay, the photos, the description, the information, the phone numbers to call constantly. So when there's no emotion and there's no real interviews after the first couple and then one on reels, why not? Because if it's too emotional, which I get it, some people
Yeah,
might not be able to hold it
You live-
in.
you're
Where's
living
the
it. Yeah, you're living it, the nightmare, and then you got to enhance the nightmare by talking about it. So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and if you're that emotional where it's like one of
Where's
the
the
only
emotion?
times, yeah, if you're that emotional to the point where this is like one of the only times we haven't heard a parent go on shows and do interviews and all these other things and bring awareness, whether it's national or local, then you would have to assume that the emotion was at a high level because you don't see it mainly anywhere else. So you would have to imagine that emotion was way beyond what normal. But if it was way beyond normal, then where's it at 11 days later? Because if it is that maximum, well, then you would see it pouring out 11 days later before it got to the point where you couldn't do any more interviews because you couldn't, hold the emotions. So you would expect to see some kind of lead up to that, and you're not even seeing a lead up. In fact, you're barely even hearing any kind of emotion whatsoever. I'd be a wreck, dude.
I wouldn't be able to do. I mean,
And if I'm sitting there talking to somebody about it and I'm reliving, like, when did you last see him? And I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, I don't know if I'd be able to get through the whole thing without breaking down at that point. Because 11 days, it's not like it's one day where you're like, all right, maybe tomorrow. It's 11 days. It's a week and a half. Your doubt has to start setting in, like you have to sit there and literally go, okay, I wasn't thinking that we weren't or possibly couldn't before, but now it's a realistic possibility because it's a week and a half. You're talking about a whole crash of emotions, and I'm not seeing it on here, and unfortunately you only get to see the hands, but if you listen, you don't hear any.
Yeah, you don't hear nothing other than just voice.
You don't hear breaking up in the voice when you don't hear breaking up like he was wearing a black Yoda. Yeah, it's not. It's like he was wearing a shirt with print on it. Pants with stripes, Star Wars Halloween, yeah, and in like Minecraft, and it's like, wow, you're talking about the last time you seen him. It's a week and a half later, and you don't hear. I don't know, man. It's just it sticks out.
There's a lot of calmness.
Yeah, yeah, a lot of calmness and a lot of ums. Um, um, So this is one. This is one from March 5th, and this is just a few minute one. This is the one where the whole scratches on the arms. And then when it comes to the Chronicles of Olivia one, we'll get into that one on the next show. Probably tomorrow night, but I might be doing another case tomorrow night. So I'm not sure yet, but I'll definitely have a notification out tomorrow. So this is the other one. Here's the link for this one. If you want it and you do not have it, we'll check this one out real quick and see what's said here now.
Tonight, the parents of a missing teen in Sumner County described to us exclusively how they feel on day 8 of their son's disappearance. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Marius Payton.
And I'm Lauren Lowry. Sebastian Rogers is 15. He was last seen by his parents on February 25th in Hendersonville. Sebastian has autism, and he's gone without his medication this whole time. And since then, authorities have searched by air, by foot, and on horse.
That's another thing, too. You add the not having the medication for 11 days, bro. I'm sorry. I would be losing it, bro.
With everything, I even forgot about the medication part.
It'd be hard to even get out of bed on day 11, and you got to do it anyway because you got to go try and find them, But, man, day 11, trying to get out of bed, oh. Dude, I would be a wreck. It would, damn straight, I'd be motivated as hell. But man, dude, if my mind's not busy looking and like busy, and I'm sitting there in front of a news crew and I'm recalling the last moments, oh my gosh, dude, it just I can't even like. It just doesn't make sense.
Back. Helicopters, drones, and dive teams have also been brought in to try to find him. Today, his parents spoke exclusively to our Holly Thompson.
She's live tonight in Sumner County. Holly, I imagine it was quite an emotional interview.
Certainly was. It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is going through right now. But we know one thing is certain. They remain positive. They are holding on to hope that their son Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay.
See right there.
Yeah.
Right there, it goes from one drastic to the next. That's what I was expecting to hear on the last one. This right here. Now, gosh, it was just a day difference in these interviews. Hold on, let me look. Let me see here. I think it was just a day. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Actually, this was a couple days before the one that we just watched. Or the day after. Huge difference in just a day. Unless this was posted on a later day 8. So no, this is before. So this is day 8. The last one was day 11, where they're just showing their hands. So this is the same day that he said that those 3 dogs, the 3 different groups came out. 2 of them were following those paths in your discussion with CP when you were out there. It's a huge difference. So then, why? What took place between here and the last one?
Yeah, it's not.
What took place between day 8 and day 11, man?
It's like I would say the opposite, but
Well, and for some reason, that's why I went with the other one first, because I just automatically, I don't know, in my mind, I was just like, oh yeah, this is the first one. But then wait a minute, no. So because of the crying and all this stuff on here, you know, dude, that's what happened from day 8. But on day 11, it was like, hey, baby. On day 11, come here. On day 11, it was like calm, collected.
yeah, super calm.
Super. Just weird. All right.
It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is going through right now. But we know one thing is certain. They remain positive. They are holding on to hope that their son Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Come here, baby.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's going to walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, good night, Mom. I love you.
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if
what morning? The morning?
Yeah.
The morning he went.
Unless she's talking about
the morning of the day before, but wouldn't she be talking about, yeah, that night he was fine? Why are you, what?
Yeah, that kind of doesn't make sense to bring up the whole.
Not the last time you seen him, or, you know, the last few hours of the evening.
Play that.
So why go to the morning, right? Why take?
Yeah, that part throws it off.
And even the weeks before he left, and I don't
go back to that.
I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
What?
It's as if Sebastian vanished.
What morning?
That morning he was laughing and joking.
I mean, what more? That's the only morning you could be talking about. Why would you throw that in there unless you're...
And why would you bring up the day before's morning if you went out and did all this other stuff, and then you came home? What?
Like, hey,
so
we
you're telling us he was in a good mood in the morning, but maybe not at night? Like, what do you like? You see what I'm saying? Like, you last seen him at night, so wouldn't you be like, yeah, you know, that night he was calm, having fun, right?
Like, we were at home. This is what happened. These are the, like, at whatever it was. But why would you bring up the whole that morning? What morning?
Yeah.
The morning that...
To me, it sounds like the morning he went missing. I won't stop it. I'll let it play, and let me go back a couple minutes. But I'm sorry. To me, it's just based off of what's said. It sounds to me like the picture's being painted that it was that morning.
It also seemed like they snip it.
Right here, woke up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Hold on, went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Let's go back to here. Told him to go to bed. Okay. She's talking about the night. So why would you go to the morning when you just said the night? Hold on. All right, here we go. We're going to do this again.
Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and returned home.
He's going to walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing
Sunday night
in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if Sebastian vanished. No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles.
Okay, hold on. This is the uncut, because that right there,
Baby.
that right there, I don't know. It could be an edit.
It seemed like they cut it.
It
Is
could
what
be
it
an
seems
edit,
like.
and I'm curious where that was said, because literally you can snip it out, just a couple seconds, and it seems like a complete sentence.
Yeah, well, if
That's
if
what
that's the
somebody else
case,
did, right? Snip out a couple seconds, and it's like it. Oh yeah, it sounds just like a sentence. Yeah. This one is 22 minutes. Hold on 1 second. Let's what time is it? Let me see. 11. Oh. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna try and not pause it as much on this one. I'm gonna let this play. We can always discuss it on the next show too. I'm gonna let this one play. I'm really interested to hear what morning. Did he wake up fine, or how that was clipped? You know what I'm
yeah, it was
saying?
not
Like,
good.
yeah, I want to hear where that's coming from. So here's this version here. Probably a commercial. Let's see here. So 1 second, then we'll go to full screen. And thank you, Angels. Appreciate that. Let me see here. Okay.
For allowing me to come into your home to talk with
Seems
you.
like it's only on one side too.
Everyone wants to hear.
Is that what is it only on one side for you too, bro? You only get audio on one side?
My ears are messed up permanently, so I can't.
Okay.
I'd have to listen to it again.
To say thank you for allowing me to come into your home.
It's on both.
To talk with you all. Obviously, everyone wants to hear what you have to say. And it's all about bringing
barely
Sebastian
getting it,
home
am I right?
and safely. So first, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
Um,
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
Okay, I do want to pause it real quick because it's an interview with the local news. Obviously, it's going to be clipped and edited. Why would she look at him to answer the first question instead of knowing that she could gather her composure, answer the first question, and the news would edit the beginning part of that out? It's almost like she didn't even want to answer the first question because, I mean, hell, we're going to be going through the behind the scenes JP Miller on News Nation where the dude was losing his shit before the interview started, and you didn't see the shit losing on News Nation. You just saw it on the behind the scenes version. So they will clip that out, especially to a family member that can't gather themselves. Especially at the start of an interview, they're just gonna, they're gonna record, but they're gonna wait to show the edit, just like here. You know what we just saw a minute ago, the 4-minute version. They didn't even show that. It was just like bam, right into it. So I don't know. It was kind of weird. Just all of a sudden,
The situation right now, how are you coping?
all of a sudden I look over and it's like, okay, answer it. I don't know. Like you don't want to.
um,
See what I'm saying? Like what? Huh?
Yeah, and then
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Not anyone.
You hear more
I
emotion
know
on
we're
day
about
8 than
keeping
day
hope
11.
alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna come home.
He's gonna walk through that door.
Sniffle.
And this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug him, love him, and
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Said goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
Okay, so I'm going to pause this
So-
real quick. So she said, a little while later, I went to bed. That means that the last time that Katie saw him was the evening of the 25th because she didn't go to bed until around midnight. You didn't see Sebastian on the 26th. A little while later, I went to bed. Is a little while 10 minutes? That's a short time later. Little while later, hour and a half. So if you went to bed at midnight, that means that you last saw him on the 25th. the evening. Basically says it right there.
Oh, in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
6.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower, in the living room?
I took a second and walked through the house looking.
If she did peek in on him, she would have said, and then I went and peeked in on him as I was going to bed. She didn't say that. She didn't say that. I mean, I can see what you're saying, but like he went to bed when I told him. And then a little bit later I went to bed. When I went to go to bed, I checked on him. He was still in bed. No. You didn't hear
For
that.
him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so you were not home?
No, ma'am. Okay. I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's, I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, it was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
And within minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars.
They
had cars from here down to the
main road,
as far as I could tell.
So what's going through both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately. And we just don't have that.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset, or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or you'd been in trouble, but
she's acting. I don't see the tears anymore. I don't see the pauses in the words, the chokiness of the emotions like we did right away.
I don't see tears. I just feel like she's stressed out.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Why don't you hear that in the other one, right? 3 days later? That's 3 more days he's missing. 3 more days he doesn't have his medicine. 3 more days you don't know. And then he says that he took the call on a crane. Shit, dude, I could barely hear him when you were out at the retention pond and there was just one machine working in the background. I can't imagine trying to take a call on a machine around other machines in a construction site. It does seem odd.
I don't know.
Right, man.
Yeah, the entire thing.
Seeing these again 9-10 months later, it's like
it's kind of good to see it from in this order now that everything has taken place.
Yeah,
it kind of opens up like just perspective. And
then we get to the Olivia one on the next episode. You got to work tomorrow night, or
I'm off tomorrow.
Are you?
Yep.
Maybe we will go into that one then, and we'll have you back on.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah, let me I'll let you know like in the morning after I kind of go through all my other stuff, the stuff I'm working on, and then but I think we could probably, because that's probably your last night off until the weekend, right? Or I mean, obviously New Year's, but that's what you're gonna be spending that with your family.
No, I work New Year's.
Oh, do you? Yeah. Okay.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, let me I'll let you know in the morning, bro. We should be able to get the Olivia one, and
I'll message you my other days off.
Okay. Yeah, I'm waiting to hear this. That morning he was fine. Like, okay, where was that in this conversation?
In trouble. So, I mean, the $1 million question: why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
What about social media? Was there anything that, anyone he could have contacted? I understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved.
I just missed it. Hold on.
Desperately, and we just don't have that.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset, or something
right here
that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or he'd been in trouble, but he hadn't been in trouble.
I still don't understand.
He's never run away before.
Led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
And within minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars.
They
had cars from here down to the
main road,
as far as I could tell.
So what's going through both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately, and we just don't have that.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset, or something?
See, was there anything that happened that day? So she's basically talking about Sunday morning. Was there anything that happened that day?
Something outside that could have enticed him to go outside. Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's
that day.
That morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Well, what about at night? I mean, he was in a great mood too at night, right? Love you, Mom. Good night, puppies. Good night, Mom.
Yeah, that would make more sense. But that's not what is said.
Mm-mm. No.
Or he's been in trouble, but he hasn't been in trouble. So, I mean, the $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
What about social media? Was there anything that, anyone he could have contacted? I understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks
on the
internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, his phone is locked down, his computers, his gaming. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. I mean,
we've combed every electronic. I
mean, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide, we've provided, and still just don't have any answers.
Did he have any friends that could have possibly contacted him in some way on his phone?
All his friends at school have been questioned to my knowledge, and none of them knew anything.
So this big question mark. He's vanished. And no one can figure out where or why. All right. So let's talk too about the relationship involved, because the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am. Very much.
Right. And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them and the four of you?
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy. And I mean, he didn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
In two different households. And the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
Let's talk about Sebastian. Tell me about Sebastian. How would you describe him?
Sweet, stubborn. He loves to help. He loves running, and he loves to play his games and his fidgets and Uno. Lord, that's one of his favorite games right now. Favorite color is green.
Does he love music?
Oh God, he loves music.
An eclectic taste.
I mean,
eclectic. I mean, from as everybody knows, Eye of the Tiger to Eddie Vedder.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So we got Pearl Jam on one hand, we've got Survivor on the other over here, we've got Taylor Swift, and
he's got a big crush on her. I mean, country, rock,
no
classic.
Hip-hop. We don't allow the hip hop.
Well, he doesn't really get into it anyways.
You mentioned he loved running. So did he love the outdoors at all? I mean, would something outside that was somewhat outdoorsy be enticing to him or pull him outdoors?
He loves, like, when we were in California and the school had this lap thing to gain money. It was a fundraiser.
And every year he was, I did this many laps. I did this many laps. I mean, I've got t-shirts where they would write on his back. Every time the kids went around, they'd mark a mark on the back and they'd keep running. And he just had marks all the way across his back. He likes playgrounds. He hates being dirty. He don't like being dirty.
Yeah, he's not your tomboy style child where he goes outside and plays in the mud.
He loves animals, but he's terrified of bugs.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
even a fly, and he's like,
And let's talk too, because he's highly functioning. I know you all have described him as having a form of autism.
He does.
But describe that to our viewers too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things or his mindset.
He's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
he gets on a one-man track and he is just on it, and he is all about it.
but I mean, he's very smart.
He
can play chess. He can beat adults in chess.
Wow.
So he's
he loves playing games.
What about navigation? Like, did he have a sense of direction? Do you think he could have possibly even hitched a ride or gotten a ride on a bus or some sort of transportation?
that is a speculation that we don't have an answer for. Just
I mean-
directionally, he knows he could guide you from our house to his dad's house.
Yeah.
He could get from like this house. I think he can make it up to Culver's ice cream.
He can go to Culver's.
Oh, the boy loves
He
a
knows
malt.
where Culver's is because Culver's has malt.
Uh-huh.
He loves malt, extra malt. Every time, extra malt.
Now, how far away does his dad live?
Clarksville. His dad lives up by Clarksville.
So he could guide someone all the way to Clarksville.
Mhm.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Wow, that's crazy.
So a pretty keen sense of direction, at least with certain things.
Familiar routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes.
Familiar routes.
I mean, if I took him another route going
He
this way, he
takes
would
it.
not know it.
He goes up there so often that he knows how to get to his daddy's. We know that.
His dad works with him as far as, well, we're going this way, we're going that way, and keeps the same thing, and it works out.
You know, I'm gonna pause it real quick because Trey, when we're going back to your phone call, man, when you were asking familiar places, if he really is that directional, especially with familiar places, I'm surprised a familiar place or two wasn't even the school or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm surprised that wasn't added to what you were asking, a response to that. Based off of what we're hearing now, he was like, you know, the familiar places, so familiar. He could literally lead you from there to his dad's house, which is almost an hour away. See her elbow him?
Familiar routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes.
Familiar routes.
I mean, if I took him another route going
He
this way,
takes
he would
it.
not know it.
He goes up there so often that he knows how to get to his daddy's. We know that.
His dad works with him as far as, well, we're going this way, we're going that way, and keeps the same thing, and it works out. So
Let's talk too, because earlier, Chris, you and I were talking, and you were saying that there are a lot of people who are harassing both of you. What of any of that do you want to address? What do you want to say to any of these people?
Just that you don't know. And I don't wish you to ever know.
I would say it like this: everybody has an opinion, you know, and it's perfectly okay to have that opinion, but you're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts. If they have questions, all they have to do is ask.
And I pray genuinely that no one ever goes through this.
just be kind to people. I mean, it's real simple.
There are some people who have been talking, because I know this is part of the harassment. Is there anything you want to address about this child custody situation? The previous.
So I have a current case that is ongoing in another state. We've requested that case to be sealed because there are some individuals who have taken it upon themselves to put stuff out there that they don't quite know, which all they have to do is ask, I'll tell you. But because of that, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation. I just, people would respect that and then keep an open mind. It's totally different.
If Sebastian was able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs.
I don't know. I would have to take a huge pause after that. There's an open case right now. I've asked it to be sealed because people are putting stuff out there. If you want to ask me about it, I'll tell you. So why didn't the news lady here ask about it? Because he would have told her, right?
Correct. I would have just been like, well, if you want
to clarify?
Yeah, and just will help dismiss whatever people are saying. So go
Right.
ahead and go ahead and answer it. I would if I was like,
I mean, he just told her he would answer it if somebody asked me, I'd just tell him. So it's like, and then she goes to this next question, and I'm sitting there going, what? Like, how often does somebody look? They just said this. He said it that they wanted it sealed. Okay, so that would be a moment where you're like, okay, I probably won't get an answer if I ask. And then right at the end of that, if somebody would just ask, I'd tell them. So then that gives you the green light. So as a reporter, you should go, wait a minute. There's an open case of missing child, and he says if anybody wants to ask me, I'll tell them. Well, then right there,
she could have questioned it or threw it in there to
She
where you
should've.
wouldn't even have known that took place, and they could have.
Maybe they did. Maybe that's why it went right to this.
Well, I just meant they could have separated that part
But
for
then-
another interview or something, or an
Well,
airing.
I don't know. I don't remember. The only other clip that I have is what we were watching before this one. So I don't know. I mean, that's like a golden ticket that somebody just handed you, as if you're like a journalist. That's a golden ticket, man. There's an open case.
I'd have been
I'm
like, well, you
asking
can go
to
ahead
have
and
it
clarify
sealed.
then,
Yeah.
if you want. So we
Open
can-
case. I'm asking to have it clarified, but if somebody wants to ask me, I'll tell them. Boom.
Nope.
I don't know. Maybe they did, but I don't remember seeing.
I mean, they may have, or
this-
they may have not. I was just thinking if they did, they could have turned it like had its own separate thing for.
Whoops. Sorry.
They could have had it, made it its own separate thing, or something, and with a different title, and then been like, boom. But I think you're right. I don't think she did it. I don't think she jumped on that.
Yeah, because I don't remember seeing that news clip. I just remember seeing this one and then the other ones that were. I don't remember seeing that part. But yeah, he says it right here.
Because of that, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation. I just, people would respect that and then keep an open mind. It's totally different.
Sorry, hold on. I had to rewind it a little more.
It's perfectly okay to have that opinion, but you're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts. If they have questions, all they have to do is ask.
And I pray genuinely that no one ever goes through this.
Keep an open mind about a case. Hello, the child's missing. There's an open case. That's alarm bells. And then all somebody has to do is ask. Okay, so what? Do you mind clarifying more about?
I would have asked.
Right? Because just because it doesn't have to do with Sebastian, according to him, doesn't mean it doesn't have to do with a. It's a case, man. Hello, alarm bells.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with anything. It's just me talking way left field. There's this thing whenever you do a CQH on somebody, like you get arrested or whatever, it'll be like, oh man, okay. It usually has a thing. It'll say like 0 or it won't even show if you've never been arrested for it, but like 3 and 1, 2 and 0, 5 and 0. So the 5 would mean like if there's numbers in correlation to the crime, it would say like you were arrested this many times, and then for this crime and charged or convicted this many times, and you have somebody, you'd be like, oh my gosh, they'd be charged with countless things and then never have a conviction on anything, and 9 out of 10 officers would be like, it's about time they get a conviction out of something.
Alarm bells.
Yeah, just alarm bells. But it has nothing to do with Sebastian missing.
That's crazy.
But it's open, and that one's open. I don't know.
I'm surprised she didn't. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Something's weird about that, because you would think any journalist would. That would be like the number one thing that they would want to ask.
Most of them would be like, "Oh, tell me more."
Right?
Like that's what they do.
Yeah, because it's like, well, okay, where have we heard this before? Right? Let's get the scoop.
Exactly. Most of them would be all over it.
Yep. I don't know. It's weird. Weird.
It's real simple.
There are some people who have been talking, because I know this is part of the harassment. Is there anything you want to address about this child custody situation? The previous.
Laughing.
So I have a current case that is ongoing in another state. We've requested that case to be sealed because there are some individuals who have taken upon themselves to put stuff out there that they don't quite know, which all they have to do is ask. I'll tell you.
He laughed right before he answered that too.
Oh yeah.
But because of that, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation. I just people would respect that and then keep an open mind. It's totally different.
If Sebastian was able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs, and if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh gosh, that we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice, so we just want our boy home. Badly. But
That mama's heart, I know it's daddy's too, but I feel like there's always that extra special bond. Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
It's like she knows him. Like
Love you so much.
you're hearing the story this whole time, and you're just it's straightforward, not a lot of emotion, and then all of a sudden, right here, it's like, so, mom and dad, you just heard dude has a case. Mom and dad. I'm like,
I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts.
Wouldn't it be what they think
If
they
have
know?
questions, all they have to do is ask.
Like, I'd be like, CJ, I don't care what you think you know,
Yeah.
but you better check yourself or you wreck yourself. I wouldn't say
Yeah.
what you know. I don't know. That was weird.
It is, man.
Assume what they know. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Assume what they know. I'd be like, yeah, don't assume what you think you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. These two interviews, man, is
Dude, I don't know. Like, I get you're gonna like not always say the right thing, maybe trip over some words. I guess I don't exactly know, but there's just certain little words you try not to leave out or.
well, it's words that you're not paying attention in your mind, and you're just sometimes you're just speaking it, and then all of a sudden in your mind you're like, oh shit, you know.
Don't assume what you know, unless you just don't assume what you know. I guess you don't have to put.
It could be his way of saying it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's what I'm kind of thinking. Because the context, the way he said it, I guess it's just don't assume what you know. That makes sense.
Yeah, like kitty corner, catty corner.
Yeah, kitty catty. Yeah.
It depends on where, you know, it could be a phrase thing that which is odd, but you know, yeah, it's in the grand scheme of things, right? It's
Yeah, as a
like,
whole, it's just kind of weird.
yeah. Yeah, and then laugh right before it.
I don't know. I don't.
I pray genuinely.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You're good, dude. It's just I think I looked too much into it.
No, man. It's the little words, man. The little words. Just like in the area of Stafford instead of in his residence. It's the words, the little words.
You don't know what you think. I don't know.
Only
It's
that
all
no one
twisted
ever
now.
goes through this.
It's these two are crazy, man.
Just be kind to people. I mean, it's real simple.
There are some people who have been talking, because I know this is part of the harassment. Is there anything you want to address about this child custody situation? The previous.
So I have a current case that is ongoing in another state. We've requested that case to be sealed because there are some individuals who have taken it upon themselves to put stuff out there that they don't quite know, which all they have to do is ask, I'll tell you. But because of that, you know, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation. You know, I just people would respect that and then keep an open mind. It's totally different.
If Sebastian was able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs, and if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh gosh, that we love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
Where's the tears rolling down?
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice. We just want our boy home. Badly. But
That mama's heart, I know it's daddy's too, but I feel like there's always that extra special bond. Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at.
Let's talk about the community, because I want you all to know, even my church body, I mean, we're all praying for his safe return quickly. What do you all want to say to the community?
Thank you.
with everything from the bottom of our hearts, we I would not have imagined how far this has gotten, but there's no way to repay the gratitude, the love that we have felt from the community, the prayers. But thank you.
But
from the
don't
bottom of our
stop
hearts.
looking.
Yeah, please.
My son is somewhere.
This ain't
Bring
over
him
until he's home.
So we have let's hit on the search itself, because we know thousands of miles have basically been traced and retraced. We've got hundreds, we've got volunteers, we've got law enforcement from within the state, from without, outside of the state. I mean, do you feel like they're doing as much as they can? I mean, you all have been right there in the front seat, seeing everything that's underway.
As far as I know, they're doing everything. Anything and everything has been an option. They have brought in assets and resources from various counties, potentially other states. I mean, I don't know how much more they could do, but we're grateful for everything they have done.
They're amazing, but they still haven't brought my baby back.
They will. They will.
He's out there somewhere. So it's one day at a time, getting through this and bringing him home. What is the reaction to the fact that somehow his image, he hasn't been captured on any video anywhere?
I know that it was very dark that night. I mean, it gets dark around here at night in general, but so far we haven't found him on any camera footage to prove where he's at or where he's gone. I know that they're looking, and I'm asking everybody and anybody that has cameras, trail cams, stores, to check even from before he went missing, just to see if there's anything at all.
And I understand there was a request for video, any sort of footage of Sebastian from earlier in the day on Sunday before he disappeared.
That I don't believe we can comment on right now. That is not something that I believe we're privy to at this point with law enforcement. That is something I would definitely direct back to them. But I mean, there's all kinds of requests out there. There's thousands of hours of video that they are combing, and we're just hoping they'll find something.
And I know this is so sensitive. What do you say to people who inevitably end up pointing their finger back at you? We were talking earlier, and I mean, are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided. So cooperation is there. I mean,
What do you want to say?
That's not
to
what
our
she
viewers?
asked
Anybody who's watching.
at all.
We'll play it again. It's weird interviews, bro. It's
Trail
just like,
cams,
what?
stores.
And what stores are by Stafford and Long Pike Hollow? It's quite a bit of ways before you get to a store. Left or right? It's
And the
still
gas
quite a bit.
station, the
Still
school.
quite a bit of ways.
Yeah.
I mean, how long did it take to get to the damn parts store? It took.
Oh, that took a minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, especially having to go back. Anyway.
Yep.
To check even from before he went missing, just to see if there's anything at all.
And I understand there was a request for video, any sort of footage of Sebastian from earlier in the day on Sunday before he disappeared.
that I don't believe we can comment on right now. That is not something that I believe we're privy to at this point with law enforcement. That is something I would definitely direct back to them. But I mean,
Privy or
there's
pervy?
all kinds of requests out there. There's thousands of hours of video that they are combing, and we're just hoping they'll find something.
And I know this is so sensitive. What do you say to people who inevitably end up pointing their finger back at you? We were talking earlier, and I mean, are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided. So cooperation is there. I mean,
Yeah, she did. You could see his eyes kind of went like this after he was asked that question, like, how do I answer this without saying no?
Yeah.
How do I answer it?
It's basically we're cooperating and with everything.
Telling
that
you
they've
everything that
asked.
they are doing
Yeah, but not
to make it
the ultimate answer.
And let's see if she asks again. I doubt it.
What do you want to say
Nope.
to our viewers? Anybody who's watching the
It's
Facebook
like
post
she
in
knows
community
there's some kind of
and in
connection
other
there, bro.
counties, just
I don't know.
throughout the
It's weird.
state as well. What do you want to say to them?
Help spread the word and keep searching. And
Like somebody
Thank
knows
you.
somebody that,
And,
you know.
Yeah, they're not going to press.
just
Mhm.
if you think you see him, call him in.
thank all the viewers, everybody that's helped from across the board. I mean, everybody has been tremendous.
Call his name.
Yeah.
He'll answer, and if he doesn't answer, he'll look, even if he's not being verbal at the moment, because he can talk, but sometimes he don't talk. Call his name. Tell him to stay put.
And he could be on the move, so keep checking your properties.
Yes.
Be floating
The search is
around.
never over until he comes home. That is for
He's
sure.
so smart.
But thank you for everything that everybody has done, has volunteered, the continuous efforts. I mean, it's like I said, I've never seen something to this magnitude before.
Our community is amazing.
We're all praying, hoping, and searching for Sebastian's safe return for that day. Thank you both for talking with me.
What? And then there's no audio for another 40 seconds. That's crazy. Huh. What is it? Another 40 seconds and there's...
That's weird.
Right.
It's like they're debating on...
Who's she talking to? Somebody's talking to her and they didn't cut it. And they didn't cut it off. What the heck? That's
yeah, why would
weird.
you leave it?
Yeah, it'd be like clip. You know? Man. Crazy stuff, man. Well, if you're not subscribed to Trey, N.Divers, go subscribe. There's his link. We'll try and have the rest of this part of what we were going to get into tomorrow night. I'll have a notification out sometime in the morning, late morning, somewhere around there, just to have that out there. I just got to kind of go through the other stuff that I've been working on and double check. But man, thanks for hanging out tonight, bro.
You're welcome, man. It's about Sebastian, and none of this has made it any easier to find him. Like, it makes no sense. Like every day trying to piece it together, and then taking all the little tidbits of information, just the direction that one would have to go to be able to locate him. It just ain't. I don't know, man.
And then after kind of going back over these 9-10 months later,
No, it makes it worse. Like, I don't say it makes it worse, but the realization of all the little details, the minor details that you forget about when we're out there searching.
Yeah, and time too.
Yeah,
you know?
Then we come back to it, and then just realize to the magnitude of the areas that have been searched and continue to be searched. and then still no sign, trace, or any answers.
Mm-hmm.
So,
or who's seen him on the morning hours of February 26th?
It didn't help.
Nope. But we'll definitely check out the Olivia. I should be able to tomorrow night. Yeah, let me know your next night off, and then and if we aren't able to, and it's, you know, in a certain spot at the end of the week or something, we, instead of doing it tomorrow, we can always do it on the night that you're off. I'd like to
That'll work.
have you up here for the next one.
And
yeah,
the threats, by the way, the majority of those were towards my wife. I think somebody just commented was I was threatened whenever I was searching. There's people saying that kill the bee and all this stuff. So you guys have the answer. You guys can clip that.
Well, a lot of them were in the YouTube chats.
Yeah, the majority of them. People were coming
of our shows. Yeah,
out of nowhere talking about SOs and other things that had come from the magnitude.
Well, and then everything that's gone on as we went out there, you know, different trips and stuff. And I mean, hell, the United Cajun Navy, the Proudfoots were even saying they were getting threats. I mean, hello, I don't know why people act like it's.
Well, there's a bunch of people out there just saying that I've never been threatened. Never. It's like, that's you. So until you've been there, until you've walked the walk through the woods at 2 a.m, don't be so quick.
Or you're, you know, associated with people that don't want to find the truth either. You know, then of course nothing's going to happen to you. But
and I will say, little people want to run with stuff. There's a person out there searching right now that's taking credit for finding somebody they never found, or on how somebody was found. So I'll leave that one at that. That's for somebody else's defense. I guess defense, or just stick. Yeah, that's for someone else to stick up for themselves. Not my battle.
Yeah,
it's just weird. So people say that they have done something, taking credit for work other people have done. So definitely not somebody I want to work with.
Well, it's just like all those people. There's a billion of them, and you could literally hear something different, twists and manipulations. It's, you know, there's so many of those people. There's just very few.
It gets construed.
That's why we always very few of the good ones. You know what I'm saying? So
that's about Sebastian Rogers. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, CJ, for having me.
No, thank you, bro. Thanks for joining. Let me see here. Hold on one second. There's some update. I'm just seeing what it is. They've identified 3. So at night, let's see, is identified the 3 key individuals responsible for orchestrating the campaign. I did see something earlier about how they're supposed to put out, I don't know, was it within the 72 hours or something? They were supposed to release info that's not redacted or something like that.
I haven't seen that.
I think it was something before the show. But I'm already running like crazy behind. We'll get into it to the next show. Thank you all for being here again. Thank you, Trey, for hanging out. Appreciate you. Thank you all for being in chat. Thank you for your peace, positivity, progress. And you're right. It's just one side. It's Sebastian. There's not 2 Sebastians. There's not 2 sides. It's one. And that's the main thing. So thank you all. Appreciate it. Please have a peaceful and positive evening. We will see you tomorrow regardless. And just want to say love you guys. Appreciate you. And hopefully y'all get a great night's sleep too. It's been a long weekend. Got some more holiday time coming up. So just spend the time with your loved ones. Have fun. Give them kisses and hugs. Tell them you love them. Because you never know. You never know. We love you because you never know. Good night, everybody. Appreciate you. Later, bro.
See you.
doesn't take pictures of the, is it domestic related? She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Is that like with this? 2412. I might call it in the name of female that are suffering check control, take a check them out. 614 First time out.